So, appropriately enough, today's a headache day. I don't know how many of you know what that means, but that means that I woke up today with a headache. There's a pressure front going through right now. So that's cool. So the last thing we were bid to do is to zone in to this zone we're in, but from the other direction. Wait for Mr. Red to accept that invite. Waiting. Waiting. Infinite waiting. Oh, there we go. Okay. Cutscene time. $40. 3 weeks. Almost 3 weeks. We started on a Friday. It's currently Wednesday, I believe. Yep. You're dead. Go away. Look who we have here. Yet I stand before you as full of vim and vigor as always. I myself could have not written a more fabulous reunion. Tut tut, before you attempt to lay waste to me once more, shouldn't you at least offer words of congratulation at my surviving? Her? Oh, I have nothing to do with her being in this piteous state. Cross my heart and hope to die. I arrived here, and there she was, sprawled on the ground like a discarded prop. I don't think if I recall seeing her before. I just wanted to ask if she intended to try out a main role in the old book and stage, or she'd rather play a bit part. Oh, no need to thank me. I never had a flair for the restorative. Mister, I met him, the ambassador. I confronted him, trying to force him to purge the darkness within you. But I couldn't. He escaped me. Forgive me. Come, come, what did you expect? Perhaps you realized already. That mask you assure is something else. The apple fell pretty far from the tree, huh? What horrible thing happened to turn you astray? Betrayal, despair, malediction, voodoo? Your little friend seems ready to kick the bucket. Not like I can do much to help her, but I'll be more pleased to watch over her until this inevitable demise. Perhaps a little mood lighting would be in order. Maybe dramatic music. Oh my god, we can actually confess our love for her. That's the first time they've ever let us do that to an expansion girl. I'm not doing that. Because, while what I feel for her is probably love, when you say, I love you, in a dramatic fashion, generally speaking, that means romantic, and that's not what I mean. At all. Right? Yeah, exactly, Mr. Ed. Like, no. I got you, right? So, we're gonna go with... What happened? I tried to apprehend the ambassador, that masked man. Gurgle! I must tell you something before... When the orb is filled with light, the reckoning will be at hand. I can only mean he came into existence when the reckoning occurred. I'd hoped to be there with you until the very end, but it looks like I will die for like the 5th time. I've stopped caring, game. I'm sorry. Master, in my future you left me behind. The crystal's reverberations, Celsius's voice. Eventually they all left me. All I do is wait for the end, for the cloud to engulf me. Cloud just shows up. Sup? He's in the dress. But the world stood frozen in time, with nary a sunrise nor sunset. Then a divine voice called out to me. Reisenjima was the only place left on Vana'diel, and countless worlds had succumbed to the darkness. You must reverse the reckoning. You must reverse the reckoning, even at the cost of Vana'diel herself! So I reached out to the light and it brought me here. Oh my god. Insert Prince of Bel-Air quote here. You must make many journeys, learn many things, meet many people. Pretty sure I've done all that. The orb. List. And she's dead again. I'm sorry, game. You've killed her so many times and brought her back that I just don't care anymore. I don't even believe she's dead this time. I'm pretty sure she's coming back. Not because I have any reason to, just because of course she's coming back. Well, that's a new one. I expected a corpse, and here we are with your lovely little friend vanishing into thin air. But I'll give her this. For a Hume, she's got spunk. And her musings. Did she skip to the end of the script without reading the middle? So this emptiness eats up her world, and she warps back to us. Maybe I shouldn't be one to talk, but doesn't that strike you as a touch unfair? And you've got quite the curious role in the whole affair, too. Different than her, mind you, but amusing nonetheless. I suppose that's a mystery best left for later. At any rate, whatever powers she got sure didn't stop her from expiring. And that leaves it to you to carry out her last will and testament. Could you imagine the tears rolling down those cheeks if she came back and you were playing boom or bust in Adeline? Not that I'd put it past you. And let's be frank. The two of you have been nothing but thorns in my side since I tried to suck the life out of Tartarus and who knows how many other worlds. And of course I'd be remiss to let this tale of love end in anything other than pure, unadulterated tragedy. And so I have a little gift for you. Your precious orb. I'll take just an inkling of its juices as a surcharge. Which I can just do, even though you've killed me twice now. Now, tell me if that doesn't rest a little lighter in your pockets. And as an extra parting gift, I'll leave you with your memories of the dearly departed. Don't say old Balamon never gave you anything. Okay. Yeah, he squeezed juice from the stone. Okay, actually, I think this might be faster. I mean, that's sort of my point, though, Blade Devil. It's like, I'll be back. Yeah. She's bungee jumping in and out of the story, and I just don't care. Good morning, Lunareth. Hopefully not good morning. Balamon, same creature that possessed Framilla, knocked out Chera Machero. I know just where to look. The waterways. Pioneers have been submitting reports about strange black blutterflies. There's blutterflies down there. God. I see. So the battlegrounds have been more of a hotspot than usual. Hey, look, it's an actually interesting character. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Blade Devil pointed out something last night. I want to share that on camera, if you don't mind. It just sort of makes my point for me. So, he also said something in spoilers, which I haven't looked at yet for obvious reasons. So, I mentioned yesterday that this game, that Rhapsodies feels cheap. Looks cheap, sounds cheap, acts cheap, feels cheap. Rhapsodies came out between May and November of 2015. ARR came out in 2014. Heavensward came out in 2015, in the middle of Rhapsodies. This is also when they were porting FF10, 10.2, Type 0, Dragon Quest 7, FF13.3, and Star Ocean 2 to the PC and a bunch of other stuff. This is also when Dragon Quest Builders 1 came out and Star Ocean 5, and immediately after that was Dragon Quest Heroes 2, and this is also when they were actually finally developing FF15. In other words, while Rhapsodies was in development, Square was burning through cash, which, I know, try to be shocked. Square and burning through cash. Name the more iconic duo. Oh yeah, this is also when the PS3 port of Kingdom Hearts 2 was coming out. I forgot about that one. The overall point here being that Well, I call this expansion cheap. I should clarify that I'm not using that as an adjective, but more as a literal descriptor. It literally is cheap. You can feel the lack of time and the lack of budget in it. The animations are not as good. The dialogue is not as good. The editing doesn't have the extra pass it needs. The pacing and flow through of the story is weird. There's almost an absence of gameplay. It's cheap. I don't know what else to add to that. Valamor. Yeah, that too, Tech Tim. Yeah. The wounds we suffered from what he did here may never heal. Come, to the waterways. If those black I keep saying blutterflies. What is wrong with me? If those black butterflies are what I think, then they might lead us to the truth. I mean, it'd be nice if we could stop Iroha from, you know, constantly not dying. That'd be cool. Okay, to the waterways. Ugh, excuse me. My God. Coffee would give me a headache right about now. Another headache. Like I said, there's some kind of pressure front moving through right now. It's actually raining right now. I do love how we just have the option to straight up confess our romantic love for Iroha here. Yep, the butterflies are in my head. Get them out! Get them out! Oh, nice, Darker. I continue to be glad that the Internet Archive continues to exist. Ugh, okay, right. I should be staying hydrated, too. Don't ever forget to hydrate. Like, overhydrate. Need a drink. Over here, so where am I going? B6. Oh, it's like right here. I don't know what it is. Damn you, Darkrai. You've rejected us. In favor of TikTok. Take a drink every time Iroha dies. I mean... I don't want to die of water poisoning, okay? That's her job! Heyo! I'm done. I'm sorry. I will admit, and I want to be like, okay, I'm obviously joking it up a little bit for the sake of the stream, but to be clear, I think Iroha is probably the second worst of the expansion girls so far. I've been thinking about that, and I think the only one who actually applies as worst, god dang it, alright, fine, whatever, going around, is Lion. Because Lion just wasn't, right? There was just nothing there. Even when Lion came back from the dead, spoilers, it was just like, okay. Najmira grew on me quite a bit. I liked her a lot as a character by the end there. Excuse me. Prish is Prish. Enough said. Well, no, she's not one of the expansion girls. Because it goes Lion, Prish, Najmira. I'm trying to think of the order here. And then Lilizet, and then Arciela, and then Iroha. And of those, I would say Lion is just nothing. Like, she's just a non-character. Iroha is not great, and all the others are awesome to varying degrees. Apparently there's one, I actually looked this up, there's apparently a character in the recent stuff called Gloom Phantom, who I know very little of. Oh, whoops. Apparently we want this one. No, not Naja was her name. That was correct. And she doesn't count. She's not an expansion girl. She's the step on us girl for that expansion. Because we have at least one step on us girl for every expansion, too. Right? Like we had Ingrid in Adeline, for example. Apparently we have Balamor for this expansion. Ah, my most adoring fan. If I weren't so tickled to see you, I might call you a stalker. And I think you've brought your lovely princess for front row seats. The same old soliloquy would seem so contrived now, wouldn't it? First the castle, now the waterways. What nefarious scheme have you hatched this time? Leave Adeline and return to the vile domain from which you came from. Nefarious scheme? Oh, my dearest Arcelia, you're sorely mistaken. I'm having a grand old time just watching the scene play out. Besides, there's no wisdom in messing with your betters. And you should be thanking me. I've decided to stop trying to create a new world and save this one instead. Of course, I still plan to make myself the protagonist. And Laura, there's so much to be gained from joining hands and becoming part of my union. Oh, you would refuse my generous offer. After how much effort it took me to come back from who knows what world. Came back from another world? What are you on about? You're not going to get me to show my hand that easily. Can't I just be a little more humor and uncertainty in your lives? What's more, young one, it would take far too much energy to explain to you the tedious story of how Lorman and his pale-faced friend... What's his name? Celsius! How he and Celsius ruined my week. And on my way back, I had to hop from world to world, making discovery on discovery, and I did my own little research as I went. Before each world fell in turn, that is. What? Laura, what is he? Not too far in the future, all the worlds I visited, and presumably those I didn't, will fall to a force called emptiness. Even Vana'diel. Oh, you mean you haven't heard? Oh, that's a rich twist of events. And so, Laura, I took some of that essence I borrowed from your little orb. You see, I figured I could throw a wrench in the whole emptiness business, but, like any good drama, the conclusion I came to wasn't so simple. Your orb, in fact, has been filled with the power of light. Or, weird to say the power of life. Either way, it transcends the boundaries of time and space. And I must confess that although this might seem a tired trope, the gods themselves would be jealous of what you stumbled upon. As am I. So I'd like to lend your orb a little of my power, if for no other reason than to see how far down this rabbit hole goes. But everything has a price, and my little surcharge would be for you to bring me an orb once wielded by your princess's long-dead relative, the Founder King. Don't mind me, I'll be taking a nap in the meantime. Come back when you found it, and on with the show! One of the Founder King's relics here. Why would even I be unaware of this? There's no way I'd entrust such an artifact to that two-faced jester. Hang on. Can I steal some of your soul, Arcelia? Thank you. Nom, nom, nom. Nom, nom, nom. I could see them, the memories of the times we shared together. I don't know why, but thinking about the journeys we had brings me a sense of peace. I know now the right thing to do is to entrust the king's artifact to you, but my position in the city is a delicate one. I'll pretend I never heard of such an object, so do with it what you will. Just please promise me you'll share any new information you glean from Balamor. Yeah. Okay, C6. That's like right here. That's... what? That's literally like right here. Listen, popcorn, souls, and gods. It's my miracle diet. I don't know if first is the right way to put that on Falkenstein, because all of them have been showing up in this expansion. I'm trying to think if any of the others showed up in any of their other expansions. I'm not sure they did. I do love walking to the other side of the zone. For no reason. I love cheese sandwich, too. Polka music. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of too, and I'm not even sure that counts. Because, I mean, Zillard is basically just vanilla. Really. Well, there's the ancient artifact of the Founder King. That was, kinda easy, actually. Again, I'm not complaining, but think about that in lore. There's this ancient artifact no one's ever heard of. It's in a barrel. What? Yeah, it's right over here. What? Yeah, somebody just left it in a barrel. I mean, okay. Anybody who knows anything about real-life artifacts knows that a whole lot of historical stuff has been found in exactly that matter. There's just some random-ass thing that you happen to procure. And, oh, hey, look. God damn it. Oh, time to train. Let's go. Let's go. Woo. Probably Giga. See, I was fortunate. I played MMOs well before FF11 ever came out. I was inoculated. I had my defense ready. Well, crap. Yeah, exactly, Blizzard Snow. Happens more often than you'd think. Joaquin, you want to help out here? Yep, this is the FF11 experience right here. Yep, yep. Yeah, but Shentota's not an expansion at all, so it doesn't count. Probably Blizzard Snow. I didn't need Invis earlier, so I figured I didn't need it this time. That's all. Yep, Shentoto is my one true love. There's nothing I like more than a character who thinks she's actually a character. Where the hell am I? Why did that not work? Okay, back to stealthing. Hi, Mr. Red. Hi, Zero. Greetings. Oh, take a drink. It began with a stone, or so the legend goes. Mwahaha. In ages past, essential jewel... God, I've heard this story so many times in this frickin' game. Blah, blah, blah. What a quaint little ditty, wouldn't you say? And one which a middle-lander such as yourself would have heard many times before. Ain't that the truth? Began with a stone, a many-colored light banishing the darkness. But neither of us really thinks the darkness is the emptiness. It's the void. And what threatens your lovely friend's future isn't emptiness either. Once again, it's the void. Capital V. Isn't it your job to put pieces together? Because it's certainly not mine. Come now, less standing around stupefied, more handing me the Founder King's orb. Aye, whatever here. Take your evil artifact and go do evil with it. Some 1,000 years ago, Adolin's Founder King came across an enormous magical power and sealed away Hades, who came to learn of a place called Tartarus. Yes, I've played Adolin, thank you. And the enormous magical power is central to how the story unfolds. He came in contact with my homeland, the place where I was born. This orb is from my world. Ah, yes. I remember so clearly now. We refer to the void as the Cloud of Darkness. Okay. Ugh. How can I explain this to someone with your, mental capacity? It's not alive. It's not dead. I don't even know if it is. It eats away at light and darkness, halting all life and making it as if it never existed to begin with. That is its purpose, if you can call it that. Can I punch it? Because if I can punch it, I think we're good. And what I learned is that in my world, your vanity, only the countless stars that exist are but islands floating in this cloud. The cloud doesn't feel or think, but shifts and moves like the clouds you and I are familiar with. With each blow of the wind, it moves, grows, shrinks, and dissipates, and as it does, it engulfs any worlds that stand in its way. Your world is unlucky enough to be caught in the path. Poof! Not that I've ever had the ill fortune of seeing or experiencing it, but there's a little something I picked up on the way. I wonder how popular Balimore was as a character for them to bring him back this extensively. I couldn't care less whether you believe me or not. That's for you to decide. But you probably should, especially now that your orb is filled with a little bit of me. What was it you called? Trust? Even I couldn't come up with a more fitting name. Not that I have any idea how you came to manipulate such powers. But the fact that it's possible. Could it be a sign that she gave you? But I grew bored of this. Let me return what I've borrowed. Haven't you read the script? This is the part where you show me the orb. Sometimes the most unexpected of paths emerge from the most taxing of trials. Beauty incarnate, no. And so I take my leave. Perhaps we'll be fortunate enough to cross paths again. Well, plus, and to go back to that whole, reduced budget problem, they already had a model for him. So... probably faster to Hearth. Even though I'm just going outside. To the library! Where we will learn all there is to learn about the Cloud of Dark. I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna laugh if the library has some info on the freaking Cloud of Darkness, which we just found out about 20 seconds ago. Damn it. Is Superman lawful good? Depends on the Superman. Would be the easy answer there. As with most legacy characters who've been around for a century, there's a couple different versions of the character. DCAU? Yeah, I'd say he's lawful good. Dearest Lorunner, to what do we owe the honor today? Princess Arciella? She's in the closed stacks, looking for information on the Founder King. Lorunner, are the end times truly upon us? No, I would probably qualify as lawful good. I believe too much in order and organization than to not be. Yes, Giga. Life throws many trials at us, and how we overcome them displays who we truly are. Just as we vanquished Hades and returned peace to Adeline. Of course, I wish to help in any way I can. I scour the shelves to see what I can learn about what Balamor said about beginning with a stone. Seems it has something to do with a place called Lee Talor in the Middlelands, your homeland. The annals say that the statue located in eastern Adeline's Goddess Promenade was fashioned after a similar creation in the ruins there. Maybe you can learn more about the Cloud of Darkness if you search the ruins yourself. But it chills me to the bone to think Augusta deals with the world Balamor once calls home. If Balamor is 1,000 years old, how could he maintain his form for so long? There must be some connection. I would go with you, but there are pressing matters at the palace to which I must attend. But please come find me if you find anything out. Perhaps that orb of yours truly is the key. Saving a girl from jumping to death doesn't require being anything. Deadpool did that once. He's not good, or lawful. That's not a joke, by the way. Deadpool actually did do that once. It's a good scene. I recommend looking it up. I mean, yeah, pills of snow. Similar to how movie Tony Stark qualifies as lawful good instead of lawful evil. Just another example. There is Giga, Deadpool and Wolverine. It's the story behind it is fascinating. Not the film itself, just the story behind the creation of the film is fascinating. I actually haven't seen it, but I have heard it is good. Yeah, comic Reed Richards is just... I mean, he's a mad scientist, and that honestly speaks for itself. I had an inkling you'd be here. You must be taken aback to be reunited here, of all places. To think we had prevented the world from ending one way, only to find out it would end another. Iroha, is she not with you? Please, apprise me of what you've learned so far. So there's this thing called the Cloud of Darkness. It's from FF3. Normally I'd say, good game, but I'm not a good liar. So Iroha expired and has yet to return to this mortal coil. Revival is the realm of the gods, and if she's not yet returned, it may be because they do not permit it. Should she be struggling in earnest against this void, this cloud of darkness, it's but a matter of time before they see fit to bring her here once more. Unless her own powers have begun to wane and they have little time left. Yep. D&D alignments are for fictional characters, Elazar, not real life. Remember, the very existence of alignments was invented in order to give players a launching point, a way to start learning how to roleplay. Because it was such a new idea when chainmail first came out. Only the ancients, the Zillart, possessed the means by which to open these gates. Yeah, I got this. Ah, you're already in possession of a crystal. I should have expected no less. Yeah, I've done Zillard. I know, shocking. Well, see, the difference, Elazar, is I know me, because I'm inside my own head. So I know that I am lawful good, for example. Thankfully, I've never been inside Hitler's head. Even though there's a face I haven't seen in a while. Welcome, warriors of light, to the Temple of Altana, a place where knowledge comes to be lost. Lady Ivanoi serves the Goddess of the Dawn in all her incarnations, and is the custodian of the gate by which she can be reached. You know, that's actually fair original. Lady Eshentarl, thy presence doth come as a surprise. To think one such as thyself would come posing questions for me. A young woman has traversed time itself to speak with Lorona. She claimed the existence of what some call the Void, others call the Cloud of Darkness. It has come to claim Vana'diel. Cloud of Darkness, you say? Alas, I can confess to hearing the name only once before in my lifetime. Hey, BPN Gaming. I'm going through Rhapsodies right now, and that's the last one. Last one I'm doing, anyways. The prophecies say the Cloud of Darkness is fated to descend upon this land once the 5 pieces of the Mother Crystal have turned to dust. Were the pieces to be made whole once more, it is perhaps possible to avoid this most gloomy of futures. But that day itself will signal the end of Vana'diel. Even the struggles of the vaunted warriors of light would be naught against the coming purge. Pray tell, is there aught we can do? If we cannot stop it while mortal, then we must walk the path of the gods. But then I'll have to kill myself. You'd have Lorimer become a god? No! Stop trying to make me kill myself. You must cast off the bonds of emptiness that shackle all who are born and are destined to die. Some would say you speak madness. I cannot deny if such ritual succeeded. I will not lade my words with honey. The idea is so dangerous that failure can only end in death. Yet, shouldst thou choose to walk the path of thorns, I shall help thee the way, for only one such as thou can make this journey. Oh, you assholes. Warriors of the Crystal. You, and you alone, have the potential to guide them. But Lorimer, if he wants to become a god of light, then I shall intervene! Hi, Adam Ciuta. What manner of trickery is this? Evinoy will have to suffer in this world no longer. I would like to burn this whole place to ashes, but there's more pressing matters to attend to. You vanquished me when the power was approaching its zenith, and attempted to thwart me every step of the way. Yet I know more than any how you will attempt to become a god of light. I've come this far, by any means possible, to impede your apotheosis. Okay. In this world, there can be no light without darkness. Are you truly so arrogant as to believe this world needs no darkness to thrive? In a world with nothing but light, how will the dead find eternal slumber? Before you act, you must think. It's only a matter of time before the cloud of darkness swallows us all. Dun dun dun! Whoa, whoa. Yeah, we're doing midnight after this. Probably not immediately. I'm probably going to take a very short dark. Just to recoup a little bit and to get a video done that I've been not having the time to work on. I see. So the masked man is, for lack of a better term, a future you that has succumbed to darkness. A fallen angel, if you will. I sense your words do not ring false. But let us reflect. If it came to our time to eventually become a god of light, then the logical conclusion is you have the ability to do so. So you should know a more concrete method for becoming a god of light. Would that I could provide you with answers, but I cannot surmise what Evinoy has in mind. Perhaps Celsius and Paradise would have the answers we seek. However, should I have not made this clear before, you must make many sacrifices to discard your mortal form and ascend. You'll become more than any person was meant to be, and rise to a plane where you'll no longer be able to interact with friends and loved ones. You will have to stop playing Final Fantasy XI. Let there be no doubt, your path is a lonely one. It's true. It's so true. I'm all alone. So, it's interesting you bring that up, Linear. It's something that Valerian asked me to comment on, which I actually did a couple of days ago. FF11 is mostly its own animal. While it reuses a couple of names, it's kind of a unique independent game. FF14, by contrast, is seen more as a homage to the Final Fantasy series in general. Like, FF14 is consistently pulling ideas, names, concepts, plot beats, etc. from existing FFs, and then, this is the important part, doing its own take on them. So we've seen FF3, hang on, so we've seen FF3, FF4, we are just now seeing FF5 in the most recent expansion. FF9, and arguably FF12. Oh, and Tactics. All repeated throughout FF14. Where am I going? Yeah, and FF11 now. Sorry, I forgot about that one. I guess there was Doma and the Warring Triad. I hesitate to add 6 to the list, because honestly, they haven't done anything narratively with 6 yet. Like, 3, we pretty much did our own version of 3, right? Same thing with 4, same thing with 9. 6 has had references. Same way 7 has had references. You'll notice I also didn't mention 7. Even though a fairly large amount of the actual mechs that the Garleans use are pretty much straight out of FF7. And I mean, Materia, hello. Oh yeah, plenty of Omega fights. I wasn't counting those at all. Those are straight up, hey, references, as opposed to, you know, relevance. Omega himself is a much more concrete 5 reference. Which is funny, because his entire story arc is fascinating and not really continued until Endwalker, of all things. Good morning, Star Wars. It's funny you say that, Zera, because this is pushed out thanks to modding. So, I actually distinctly remember before I got Ashita going, how much worse my view range was. Like, you see how I can see that enemy in front of me there? In the default, it was probably closer to about this render radius right here. Just, yeah. That's true. 8, I forgot about 8 with all the Eden stuff, but you are correct. They even had the Sorceress time parallels. Once again, doing their own take on it, which is kind of why I don't mind. It's more like reimaginings of the story ideas rather than, you know, anything else. In fact, it's such a cool idea, I basically borrowed it to do it myself, if you think about it. In a weird way, the Final Fantasy rewrites are the same idea of what FF14 does. Taking existing plot beats and mixing them all together into one story in a way that makes sense. Oh my god, get out of my eye. Hey, Ross. Welcome back to hell. Let's just skip through hell really quick here. I agree with that, Pillars of Snow. And again, kind of goes back to my overall point. No questions, Elizar. I actually missed it. Give me a second. Good morning, Braga. Yes, God, game. Are Boo and Joker both chaotically evil? Depends on the Boo, really. So I'm gonna agree with Darkrai's question. Kid Boo, Super Boo, and Evil Boo, yes, but Majin Boo is neutral, turning good. Lore Runner, can you hear me? Yeah, what's up, Celsius? You must find Fahrenheit. Oh, okay. I am so pleased you found your way to me. Far be it for me to remind you how worried she was about you. Yeah, I'm of the same mind there. We'll just know. 14 did 4 well, which is the important part. I just happen to be really fond of 4. In fact, so some of you are aware of the fact that the Trek Lorwani is currently going through Final Fantasy IV. And let me tell you, my enjoyment and appreciation of that game is actually going up as I'm going through it with a fine-tooth comb with them. Because there's some really good design in that game. At least at the point we're at. We just got to Fabul. I cannot say I am whole yet. All people must one day return to the Mother Crystal. Iraha herself resides in this one. Together with her is the same force that brought her back countless times, the Phoenix. Countless times has Phoenix deemed fit to revive me, and I fear this time it needs to rest. Phoenix claims Iraha's spirit may no longer be able to stand the journey. Master, when I fell in the battlegrounds, I expired with Balamor looming over me. What happened afterwards? Okay. And the force that threatened us is no mere emptiness. It's the cloud of darkness! An ill portent indeed. I'm not the most learned person, so I confess never having heard of the name before. Nor have I. Lady Ivanoy's wisdom stretches eons beyond ours. Lord Runner, would it be fair to understand you are to face this cloud of darkness head on? Yeah. If it bleeds, I can punch it. Sorry. Ivanoy has set you on the path to become the god of light. Is such a thing possible? A man to become a god? Then the only path left for you is to use the power of the crystal. Which requires us to break it. Break it? It's but a matter of time before the emptiness resumes its endless march across the Far East. Many souls slumber in the crystals. They can lend you their power, and as they join you, they will not cease to exist, but they will become one with you. Master, I wish there was some way to avoid having to pay such a heavy cost. Is this truly the only option? Will this lead us to everlasting light? I will do what must be done. If this is your decision, I shall follow you to the ends of Anadiel. I shall raise my voice to join the chorus of tens of thousands of voices singing songs of hope. It's not so simple. Lorerunner cannot hope to make the journey in its current state. Then what hope do we have? Lorerunner, a swell of darkness clouds your mind and spirit. I know you struggle to fight against it, and I can scarce fathom the pain it must cause you. Master, I didn't know. The Ambassador's goal was doubtless to prevent you from becoming the God of Light. And in Iraha's future, you will be overcome by the darkness, giving birth to the abomination. Are there none who can pierce the veil? Sorry, I was reading the walkthrough, and I gotta share something with you. I'll share in a second. Perhaps there's one from another world. I couldn't do it, Mr. Red. No computer could accomplish that. You will recall there's countless worlds existing parallel to Vana'diel. Some you're aware of, some you're not. One such world, one which you have never ventured, exists a god of darkness in its most pure form. We've already beaten him. We did Abyssia. Dare I ask what this means? I will not lie. From the blackest darkness comes the deepest fear. But perhaps it will overcome you. Yet such a being will desire to absorb the darkness within you as its own. And clashing with a god of such strength may yield clues about this cloud of darkness. Master, you plan to go through this? I got this. When you're resolved, take this with you and make haste to the Walk of Echoes. So, okay, funny fact. My first thought was to go to where I always go to enter the Walk of Echoes, which is I take a book to the Batilla Downs and then use the Cavernous Maw right next to it. And I quote, if you zone in from the question mark next to the Cavernous Maw and Survival Guide in Batilla Downs, you'll need to exit after the cutscene and go to one of the other locations, as this is the wrong Walk of Echoes. What? I think it's Hearth. I just find that funny because that really is the default place that I tend to go to. She just keeps dying, D20, because she's so... I don't know. So the guide says the Batilla Downs might work if we do it the right way. But you know what our next option is? That's right. Going to Grauberg. For those of you who don't remember the name, that's the place we've been through 12 times now. So we're going to try Batilla Downs first. Now, the idea, D20, is that because she's a temporal anomaly, the world keeps finding ways to kill her. I'm not actually joking. No, Mr. Red. Now, we'll see if this works. If it doesn't, well, we'll find out. We have to use the question mark, not the cavernous maw. Very important. Completely untrue, Elazar. In fact, this is 2026. We've had studies for decades that prove that untrue. That was never true. It never had a scrap of truth to it. And we've actually proven it now. It's like saying the world is flat. You're just wrong. Actually, yeah. Good example, Pillars of Snow. Okay, this is a good sign. If it isn't Lorber, come back to say hello and give his regards. What a curious curio you brought along. I mean, I don't want to get polemic, but saying that video games make people violent is like saying being black makes you violent. It is so completely detached from reality, and is only something someone's saying because they're pushing an agenda. A timely compass for a timely place, yet who could fashion something so mysterious? Is this friend of yours human? In the end it matters not, makes not one iota of difference. Oh, you wish to use this and go to a different world, one where your god of darkness exists. The world was a bit less successful than Vana'diel, and its name has been lost to the annals of history, utterly wiped from the record. I've never known to pussy your foot around a difficult situation, but even Atomos couldn't make me go there. But if you really want to go through with this, I'm not about to stop you. A word of caution, a bit of warning. You'll be accosted by Altana knows what from the moment you draw your first breath. Don't let your lack of preparation be the end of you. Spell your demise. Yeah, that's the other... I mean, obviously I have a bit of a personal stake in the whole video games are terrible thing because of my mother. Who for... Yeah, exactly, Von Falkenstein. Who for really, really dumb reasons has been anti-video game my entire life. Let's find out. Like, we're about to find out. Okay, that's a bad sign. I'm looking around, I'm seeing if there's another one. The Pokemon is from Lucifer. Mwah! It's not. It's not. That's dumb. Well, you see, push-ups, the Titanic was grabbed by aliens. Yeah. Oh, thank God. Okay. Thank you, Zira. I wasn't going to give up anyways, but, like, yeah. Yeah, a bunch of idiots have claimed a bunch of dumb things over the years. And most of them are pushing agendas, so they either don't actually mean what they're saying, or They really are that stupid. Take your pick. I knew it was a mistake to come here. My whiskers are beginning to wilt, droop most unseemly. Here, you'll need this if you want to proceed further, make some kind of headway. Just don't lose it. Not that I don't have spares, mind you. Those are the stupid people, Kennex Cow. Didn't I already kill you? Over there, standing in front of us, is your so-called God of Darkness. Simply put, Promathia in ascended form, absolute and complete. In this world, he's the only thing left. Come now, it's up to you to make the first move. A little parley never hurt anyone. Oh, we're about to fight a battle. That'll be fun. Well, never again would I have thought to see one such as thee. Yes, Eleazar, yes it was. Answers thou seekest, answers thou shalt have. Darkness hath many forms, apathy, arrogance, cowardice, envy, and rage, and of course death. These are all powers of which I hold dominion, yet the cloud of darkness is a wholly separate entity. So if it's not your darkness, then what exactly? The cloud of darkness is destined to envelop all. We shall finally have release. Dost thou wish to meet Altana in this despite? These, you wish to die? Oh, I think he might be cracked. Lost his marbles. But since he's asking for it, why not give him the old what for? Hang on, why do you want to die? Would that not be the only way to stop the cloud's approach to the death of a god? No, my darkness. I feel violated. A day late and a gill short. Not you again. Alright, who's ready to fight Super Duper God? Almighty God of Darkness, what did you accomplish by absorbing his energies? Show me what you've done. Now to kill Simperne. Apparently Simperne is one of the only ways to learn Mighty Guard. That's interesting. Ooh. Oh. Man, you might have heard that one. I will wait for Mr. Red. Or die trying! I don't like to crack my everything. Yeah, so we're about to fight Super Duper God. Wait, well. Which is funny, because the guide says he's actually weaker than Super God. That's a good question. I'm not actually sure on Wolfenstein. The guide I'm going through was talking about how now that I've at a certain point in the story, I can actually start accessing my super duper trusts. All I need is to go get 86 total trusts. Pretty sure I don't have anywhere near that many. So, and I kind of don't care when I am this close to the end. So I'm good. Why not count? Sure. 46. I have 46 trusts. Yeah, that's part of why I waited, Mr. Red. From what I understand, every fight from now to the finale is actually, like, real. Come on, draw your frickin' sword, you idiot. There we go. 86. It's big Globa push-ups. They want to push the sales of those globes to schools, no matter who gets in the way. We all knew Mr. Red was strong. Unlike me. Yep, follow the money. Exactly. They gotta sell those globes. Map makers have tremendous lobbying power. It's radiant. So familiar. Never imagined such a thing to be possible for one such as thee. So be it. I shall reclaim what I had once given. We're still unclean. Abandon your futile hope of turning into a god of light. And to ensure my victory, I shall fill you with impurity once more. Uh-oh. Blorp. Blorp mode. Blorp. 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 Promathia, why do you intervene? Thou art an appropriate vessel for the twilight, yet thou remainst chained to the cloud of darkness. Come and find thy true form as a god of darkness. No, not the Blorp, please. Anything but the Blorp. What just happened? Now I'm completely confused, baffled, and bemused. How do we get all the way out here? Laura, I thought you'd already taken care of your friend. The masked madman is you from the future. Perhaps I was too hasty, jumped to conclusions. That explained why the world didn't go all pear-shaped when he popped into existence. So what I saw when he first appeared in the Walk of Echoes was more than a phantasm, a figment of my imagination. He's... you! At least there's one conclusion we can draw from this. You might be able to kill him, but he can't kill you. Perhaps we're too late. Lore Runner, come to me. He's there, Lore Runner, waiting for you. He's received Prometheus' power and been reborn as divinity himself. Okay. This is listed as another one of those fairly long cutscenes. So let's pull out the timer. Let's see how bad this is. Hang on. Okay. The demon within you has become the demon without. Stay on your guard. There's an extremely high chance we will finish FF11 today. Like, I would go so far as to say total certainty. It would take some random ass, oh no, the electrician has showed up and shut off my power, kind of a thing for me to not finish this today. Alright, starting the timer. Yeah, Zero refuses to get the work done. I'm kidding, I know exactly what that feels like. Look what the cat dragged in. Promathia, god of darkness, has seen fit to render unto me the powers of godhood. And the cloud of darkness's hold over me has been utterly obliterated. So now I am able to lead you to the proper future. To the proper reckoning. That would be horrible. Come, witness what I have witnessed. Witness what shall come to pass. God, could you imagine? Alright, you're isekai'd. Yay! Into FF11. Oh. That might be hell. That might be what hell actually is in real life. Yeah, it has the same graphics in real life. If you die in the game, you die in real life, you know. And so countless cycles of the moon passed, 8-. The void's tendrils choked Venediel, a lone crystal shining as a beacon against the darkness, 8-. How many worlds had succumbed? None could say 8, Japanese symbol. And on Venediel, the only place left was Resenjima, 8, Japanese symbol. Venediel, she is vanishing before our very eyes. Iroha, now is not the time to abandon hope. Lord Lorewinter, you mentioned having one last card to play. Are you so far gone as to think it will actually work? Master. Iroha, if we cannot place our faith in Lord Lorewinter, then what other hope do we have? Not sure, Walker. I'm not done leveling yet. So that kind of has to happen first. Pretty soon is the answer. Like, I'd be shocked if it was a month out. This was the reckoning, the decision you, or I, came to. You shed all darkness in your soul to ascend, to become a god of light, for it was the only way to banish the void. God, I hope so, Walker. That's Nashmira, and Lillicet, and Arciella. And probably other characters, too. Did we make it? Custom landing options. We have! For Venediel to shine once more, together we can and must face. Let's give them a swift kick to the face! This world is ours to protect. For Venediel! Lion's even there, although she didn't say anything. Wait, no, she did. Sorry, she actually had one line, my bad. Oh god, Sin Spawn! I've always been amused that Prish is a pugilist. When I first played it, my very, very, very first exposure to Prish was in Dissidia. Dissidia Duodecim. And I mentioned that because I looked at her and I was like, okay, well, how does she play? And she's a freaking unarmed fighter, and it was just like, what? Yeah, by the way, almost everything you're looking at is bespoke. This is crazy good. Shantotto? The hell is that? Sin! No, my friends are literally my power. Save yourselves. Of course it's a beam battle. It's got to be a beam battle, right? Ira, the barrier. Praise be, victory is within our grasp. Your body. Lore Runner. Lore Runner? We managed to stave off the assault. Oh, Ira, I'm so proud of you. Father. Oh, hey, it's Darkme. I had a grave error. This darkness is not what I surmised. My other half. This is not how Vana'diel is saved. Oh no, I'm blorping! The blorp! The blorp! Ira, don't! Phoenix. Please. Loran had become an entity of pure light, exploring every shadow that lay within him. He ascended to greatness, finding himself in Rukhmet. And it was there at last that Altana's voice reached him. My child, thy will hath preserved thee, but thou art human no longer. Those who have fallen, despite your efforts, all life shall be extinguished. For there is a lady, she's kind of got a bikini thing going on. You'll understand when you see her. Don't get too excited, she's got tentacles too. You became a god of light, but I was overtaken by the cloud of darkness, doubtless owing to being an entity of pure darkness. The cloud cares not for light and darkness, for neither can stop its eternal hunger. Our separating into two entities was wholly without meaning. The time has come for us to return to our world, and for me to return something of yours. Altana and I await you. Atomos, can I help you? Hot dogs. Fine. I throw the hot dogs in. You made it back in one piece. Done worse for wear. Yeah, so I saw the first good cutscene of this expansion. And the world it ends exactly as I've been told, though I understood it intellectually. Hearing it again casts a gloom over the entire place. Chills me to the core. Hold on. Let's think about this a tad. The future you saw, what would come to pass if you became a god of light, no? And those who joined you from the crystal. Their spirits rejoined you once more, even though they no longer existed in this world. Even though you could call people back from the grave, it amounted to nothing in the end. Was becoming a god futile? So, it feels like a trick question. Because I think our other self has already given us the answer there. The problem was we had one big thing to make one god of one element. And, I mean, a little bit of meta-knowledge, but the whole thing with the cloud has always been the balance. So maybe instead of one god, we become two. The cloud of darkness cannot be stopped by either you or the other you. All life vanished from Vana'diel either way. I think I understand now. That's why the other you tried to prevent the reckoning. One question left. Where do we go from here? Huh? Altana? Have you gone totally mad? Taken leave of your senses? Not that I don't know where she is, mind you. But knowing where she is and knowing how to get there are two entirely different matters. Not even I can find my way there. But if your friend Celsius turned into a crystal, he may be able to open a path for you, guide you on the way. You've got your plan, now put it into action. That's kind of what I'm thinking, Mr. Red. Again, it's pure meta-knowledge. Because, again, the cloud has always been a thing, an entity of balance in FF3 and in, I guess just FF3, never mind. I was about to say Dissidia, but that's kind of cheating. So clearly, Mr. Red, you must become the god of darkness. You do that. Blade Trevall will be the god of light, and I will be the god of popcorn. Back to Latien. Auto run for a minute. That's right. The Loa of Korn's like, sup? And I'm like, I got your back. The god of burgers. That's Giga. No, you would be the taco. Because Giga Taco. Don't think I forgot about that meme. Push-ups is the god of push-ups. It's right there in the name. Come on, dude. Okay, while I'm running, I'm gonna get rid of the character positive for Iroha I was thinking about. Because I don't think she deserves a character positive. It's probably the harshest thing I can say about her. I agree with what Blade Trevall said earlier in chat. Despite the fact that we are this close to the end, we have really spent very little time with her. She's had very little screen time to develop. And that might be part of the problem. I don't hate her. She just doesn't get a character positive. Because she isn't a character. Well, Giga's the god of tacos. She's even got a whole song about it in FF14. Giga tacos, Giga tacos. No, I stand by what I said. I'm not calling you fat. You're Giga. It's a difference. Honestly, fashion, Tira. Or video editing. I'll let you have either. Don't aggro me, please. Don't aggro me, please. Shoot! There we go. Okay, we're good. Look, you start off with one portfolio. That's the rule. Then you have to defeat other gods to take their portfolios. Speaking of, Mr. Red would actually get the... Not the portfolio of darkness. What would I give Mr. Red? Let me think about that. What's a good word for it? I'm thinking of a word that means overcoming, right? Perseverance, maybe? That might work. Lord Runner, the crystal has allowed me to see all you have seen. Though I know not how, through some means you were able to cast off your inner darkness. Yet even that was not sufficient to quell the cloud of darkness. You only succeeded in halting its ingress. And Iroha could only sit by and watch the world dissipate around her. That was technically a flashback of an event that happens in the future of the narrative. There were two masters. Now that matter is clear, I wonder if the voice calling me back here was your own. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with perseverance. I like that. I think that fits. The reckoning must be altered. You became a god of light and started journeying to a place I could not reach. Perhaps it was then you realized I still existed and sent me back in an attempt to change what would come to pass. When you became a god of light, did you meet Altana? Yeah. And she said, y'all are dead. But the master did not meet her. He must do so now. Lord Celsius, is there naught you can share about this? It is as even though I alluded to, Altana is at a higher plane of existence. Now that I have turned into crystal, it may be possible for me to commune with her, but nothing good will come of it if we sit wringing our hands. Proper course of action is to try. Head to the Imperial Paradox, where you literally just were. I require your aid to reach Altair from this crystal. You see, in creating the crystal, Celsius inadvertently caused the higher half of the Sanctorium to collapse. This is the unfortunate effect of destabilizing the life stream of this area, preventing the crystal from reaching its maximum potential. What? I'll offer my prayers at this location, but the taint of the foul beast stops me from doing even that. In particular, one-eyed monsters known as Panops despoil the life stream, preventing Iroha's words from reaching it. They'll be asking too much of you to fully cull the threat. Even a temporary reprieve would buy us the time we so desperately need. My understanding is that some of your allies have freshly arrived here. I beseech you, seek their aid in this endeavor. Once at Altair, you will doubtless be able to meet the goddess and your darkened self. What happens after is for you to decide. Okay, hold up. What? Okay. It actually looks like I don't need to kill eyes. But I do need to stealth. And be wary of hippogriffs. Malicious compliance. That's a great portfolio to just know. Do this. Okay. Wait, no. I don't know why I did that. I'm stupid. Whatever. Okay, good news. We have warp 0.5. So we have two choices. We can sneak or we can raw dog it. Fine. On a hill near ruins. In H5, so that's going to be over here. Watch out for hippogriffs, because hippogriffs suck. Braegon would have the domain of belittlement. You ever heard of Vicious Mockery from D&D? Yeah, she just has that as a superpower. So, there's a hippogriff. Yeah, he's like he's freaking right there, blocking the path. Alright, hang on. Yeah, I'm gonna pull out the trusts just in case. I actually have a rule. If you're playing in D&D and you use Vicious Mockery, I demand that you, the player, figure out what you're saying to them. One of them would be artistry. Artistry... No, let me walk that back. So, creativity... No, I'm going to walk that back again. So, artistry, storytelling, and let's go with imagination. In order from eldest to least. Okay. It's gotta be this other one. Like right here somewhere. There it is. There it is. Lord Runner. I had written you off and vanishing with Celsius. You know what that does to a man's heart? I always wondered if it was here. Well worth the joining. Aldo, what? You've gotten over what ails you? Not everyone can be a salty sea dog. Just be glad we didn't have to call man overboard when you were retching over the side. Lord Runner, what transpired? Well, I became a god in the future, and now I'm not. What? So what we've been calling the Ambassador is really you from the future. Yeah, stop recapping, please. That even be possible? What kind of secrets are you hiding under those claws of yours? Lord Runner, people in the Far East have come to call you Master, yes? Maybe you learned some technique there. Indeed, I do not presume to know everything about our martial or spiritual arts, so the possibility of there being something I've overlooked is great. But let us turn to more pressing matters. Lord Celsius and Lady Iroha bid you cleanse these woods of a particular blight. She is resting within the crystal. She has reached the end of her rope and can revive no one. You're able to talk to her. We can be at least grateful her spirit lives on. Although our calling is to save the future, we cannot neglect our responsibilities to her. We must fight 11 obstiferous panopts. Okay. You gotta be kidding me. Well, stay by Portal 1, Mr. Ed. That's our destination. God, of course, no portal is anywhere near me right now. And there's hippogriffs everywhere. Oh god, I am literally surrounded by hippogriffs. Wow. Yes, Kira is. That's the current likelihood. Okay, we're gonna risk it. We're gonna just risk it. Worst thing we can do is die. 2 deaths in this run. Both in the same dungeon. Would certainly be appropriate. Okay, I think we're okay. So out of curiosity, what's the benefit of killing the NMs and Escher zones? Like, we keep getting mollifiers to make sure we don't have to deal with them, but obviously you kind of want to kill them, right? Loot. I was hoping for something slightly more specific. Like, we're already in 119 gear. What do we care about at this point? We haven't even unlocked the super grind yet, which I pointed out earlier on Discord. 119 is a white gradient. It feels like a design flaw, honestly. Alright, so I would like to not spawn a Nemesis, please. I wasn't going to play WoW at all tomorrow, to be honest with you, Caroline Noise. And you won't be around till Monday. I don't mind holding off until Monday to do the housing lookout. I was going to do it first thing, but we don't have to. Yeah, floaty eyes. And tigers and grasshoppers. Oh my. Well, let's see what happens. Help me keep track, because I'm sure nothing in the game tells you if you're done or not. So that should be 1. Oh, it actually does say right there. I am shocked. That is the closest thing to a quest log this entire game has got. I am legitimately shocked. Look, I'll take these 2 mosquitoes over those frickin' tigers. Speaking of tigers, oh, he didn't aggro. Oh my god. Target that guy. Target that guy. There we go. Probably gonna get that grasshopper, but that's okay. I can't move all of a sudden. Okay, oh, I'm slapped. No, not at all, Elazar. We call both pain, but they're inaccuracies. I'm slept for a minute. I've already given this additional negatives. It's only really relevant when you're fighting stuff that's, you know, at level, that's equivalent difficulty. But it's kind of terrible how they just absolutely will stand there gormlessly unless you attack. Not unless you're aggroed, not unless you're being attacked, unless you have engaged attack on someone. You get rooted, you get slept, you get petrified, they just stand there staring at you. And now Mr. Red's about to die because I can't move. There, okay. Attack, attack, attack. Ah. Attack everything! Attack everything! Kill everything! Come on. Attack, please. There you go. Good boy. Bad boy, actually, you suck. But okay, let's resummon Valerian. One of the first, literally the second trust I ever got was Valerian. Isn't that appropriate? Yeah, let's get this guy to heal really quick. Ah, they spawn fast. Nothing. We're done, Elazar. That's it. We call it pain, but it's not. It's just mental anguish, emotional anguish. It's internal. It's interior. It has nothing to do with pain sensors. No nerve functions happen to indicate something is wrong. Hey, Venters. 8, by the way, of 11. No, Ross. Has anything else come out yet, by the way? Like, or is that still all we have? Because, God, that looked terrible. I went back and looked at it again. It looks so bad. I mean, I can't disagree with myself, though, Blade Duvall. The trusts control incredibly terribly and are janky and awful to use. The fact that they make the game playable doesn't change the fact that they are also terrible. Them being a gameplay wash, I actually 100% agree with. Because it is equally good and bad. That's why that concept exists. That's why we keep track of things like ratios. There's a difference between no positives and no negatives, and 5 positives and 5 negatives. For God's sakes. Oh, for God's sakes! I also think that would be better in, and I'm going to be as nice about this as I possibly can, a better game. I suppose I could prove that because FF14 exists. Oh, wow, while we're on the subject. If they weren't so colossally frustrating to use. In fact, I think you actually just made my point for me, because I'm almost positive that the FF14 trusts didn't get any negatives, which means they are a universal positive over there, which, yeah. Yeah, I haven't even touched companions in ESO. Have you, Blade Javal? I remember you answered this, but I don't remember what your answer was. I'm sorry. Which one was that one? 11 of 11. Okay, we're good, we're good. We're out. Peace! Man, look at all this great loot. Enjoy it, Mr. Red. Oh my god, why does it take so long? I deserve that negative. I do. Now go serve Garrosh, Mr. Red. I made a pilgrimage here once when I was a young boy who barely come up to his father's knees. We came to purify my family's most sacred treasure, the Phoenix Blade. Sylvia quicker than a shark chasing a wounded prey. Although, actually, now that I'm saying this out loud, I think I will give one additional positive to trust. There's something I was chewing on earlier when I was thinking about the kit positives. Right here. Maybe two, now that I'm saying this out loud. Listen, I'm so happy Gilgamesh is not an FF11. You know why? Because this way Gilgamesh is not an FF11. Alright, do you really want Greg to be tainted by FF11, Delicious now? Forever doomed. Do we think so little of Greg that we want him to suffer FF11? You forgot Shimalifer. It's an easy way to distinguish between the Gilgamesh. That's the reason I do it. If we're referring to the Gilgamesh, you'll usually hear me call him Greg. Whereas this guy is Gilgamesh. Oh god, Mr. Red. You... I am shocked you lived through that. No offense. You know something, Tenzin? For such a sacred island, it sure doesn't have many people on it. And what's with all the black orbs floating about? Not say for sure. It isn't quite the emptiness, but beyond that, there is no way of telling. Regardless, this island still lacks a stable population, because we refer to it as the Island of the Gods. As such, it is meant to be sacrosanct. Though the devout are permitted to visit, only those who tend to... We actually already know this. Oh, hey, we have to fight someone in the Imperial Paradox. If you're late again because of your seasickness, so help me. Putting that aside, we fulfilled Iroha's request. Lord Lorunner might understand Celsius' crystal awaits inside. Then Lady Iroha must be there as well. So what are we waiting for? So I was thinking about that, Blade Taval, and I don't think it counts. Let me defend myself briefly. Let me assume we're playing a game where one of the two control methods sucks. Now, the obvious counter-argument that I have heard many times in my life is switch to the other control method. But that doesn't change the fact that one of the control methods that exists in the game sucks. Now, I know what you're saying. Aren't you using an add-on for your controller? Actually, no. My controller is completely fully functional and with no issues. It's just I have to use this thing right here. Right here. This is how I've configured it. There's no add-oniness attached, right? Also, you say my controller's broken. I have seen no evidence of that. The two buttons stopped working, or more accurately, FF11 was patched into the state where it no longer acknowledged the existence of two buttons. However, those two buttons work just fine. Not only have I done plenty of tests in other games, but I actually have something that exists to test input on a controller. My controller's fine. My add-on is not involved. The only thing in the way here is FF11. I actually did think about this because it occurred to me that a lot of my issues were the exact same thing you just mentioned. But when I did a bit of a deep dive here, no, this is just playing FF11 with a controller. There's really nothing different between this and if I was playing this without any add-ons whatsoever or on my own independent time. I would still have the exact same targeting issue. It would be a much more frustrating game to play because I wouldn't have like a mini-map or health bars or, you know, the ability to use my macros like that, but it would still be the same exact targeting issue. So that is still a negative because of the fact that this is a valid way to play the game, which sucks. Now, Mr. Ed, I cannot help but notice you're missing a couple of health there. But you will serve Garrosh. Oh, yes. Someday. No, don't do it, Mr. Red. No! So, if you remember, I actually have a theory about that, Blade Taval. Because if you remember, I was playing this game relatively early on off camera, right? I was playing it with controller. Now, this is interesting. Guess what I didn't have issues with? That was also when the L2 and R2 buttons worked just fine. And before you ask, that was with the same add-on. I actually legitimately think that they patched something somewhere that kind of screwed with something. Because they probably don't have a dedicated team to fixing issues that they break when they patch stuff. We actually talked about that a couple of days ago. Now, given how much support this game continues to have, it would not actually surprise me if at some point in time they actually do find that bug and fix it. And if they do, I will absolutely get rid of those negatives. But as of this state in time, this is the way the game plays. 1 second, please. I need to double check something. Okay. Sorry, bills. Amusingly, I've only had issues with the question mark stuff like a couple of times. And I think both were in Escha. Okay, I am now able to manipulate the crystal to its fullest. As such, it's possible to see you on your path to meet the goddess. Never would I thought it possible to meet the goddess. And the god of darkness, your other half, awaits you as well. The future is in your hands, Lorunner. Are your preparations complete? Yes, at long last! I pray for your success. And the success of Mr. Red. Amusingly, the fastest way to heal you, outside of you going to Moghouse, would be for you to join the fight we're about to do so my minions can heal you. The Reckoning! That is when we made the decision to become the God of Light and leave behind a world that where there was Iroha and Iroha alone. We're of the same flesh. Thus I am intimately familiar with all the emotions you will feel in that moment. Imperial Paradox, which... you should be able to reach from in there, I think. Hang on. Nope. I am wrong. There's a resin crystal in the Sanctorium which can teleport you here, assuming that's there for you, Mr. Red. If you're on the quest, you get the teleport I just got. Otherwise... I'll see you after this fight, Mr. Red, because I think the only other way up here is Grauberg. There's got to be another way. There's got to be another way up here. Right? Yeah, like, that doesn't make sense. There's got to be some other way to get up to the Imperial Paradox. Hang on, let me look something up real quick. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Go to, if the resin crystal doesn't work, which you just said it didn't, go to La Tienne via a book, and then go to the dimensional portal we keep using, and use that. That should work. If that doesn't work, then try Blade Jamal's idea. Anyways, neither of us wish to make any sacrifices. I will never sacrifice Mr. Red to save this world. It's not worth it! We embarked on countless journeys, making friends and allies each step of the way. And the day had arrived when we were becoming more than any adventurer could hope to become. Even still, we believed it. No, perhaps that's exactly why we believed it. There's no need to make sacrifices to protect what we hold dear. But the time of reckoning was close at hand. And only when Oblivion reared its head were we able to understand how powerless we were. So we made our decision. We would sacrifice ourselves to protect Iroha. She may lead a new generation. I love the idea of Valerian's Tataru in these cutscenes. That decision was the reckoning. And you remained as a god of light, left to exist for countless eons. And you realized if you'd been given such an infinite amount of time before the reckoning, you would have reached a different conclusion. So you and Altana stretched forth your hands into the weave of time. Iroha was sent into the past. As was I, though by a different entity entirely. But reminiscing will get us nowhere. We shouldn't ruminate on this. The clouds are blowing in from all sides. Altana and I await. The only darkness left within you is your very humanity. Come to me, Kingdom Runner. Yeah, I have actually suspected that part of that non-stop headache I've been getting is the fact that they will not hit that stupid... They will not stop hitting that blur button. So the problem I'm having is apparently I can't bind tab at all. Now, I could just reach up and hit tab. But there is no binding tab. If you give me a minute, I'll even tell you the exact binding option it gives me. It would be funny if this works just fine on a Steam controller and I'm just an idiot. Oh my god, is it Altana? For the first time? It is! Holy shkamoly. Nice butt. I welcome you with open arms. Lore Runner, all thou hast done in Vana'diel, thou hast done in mine. For that thou shalt have mine eternal gratitude. Here in Vana'diel thou hast been born and raised, learned much and accomplished more. Although, for some reason there was a lot of popcorn. Countless are those who sing thy praises, and numberless are those who owe thee their very lives. I know all. I love all. So it has ever been, so it shall ever be. But our world faces a seemingly insurmountable threat, the Cloud of Darkness. This world is but a speck floating amongst it. As various forces and places in this cloud collide, whole worlds and universes are given form. For Vana'diel, it began with a crystal. Stop telling me this story, Gabe! Caught betwixt the opposing forces of light and darkness. The two remained ever in balance, sometimes collaborating, others quarreling. From the clashes blew the winds of time, and thus was the Cloud of Darkness ever kept at bay. Yet the darkness that existed to counterbalance my light, my Promathia, disappeared. Yeah, my bad, sorry. I killed Promathia twice. The scales started to tip, and the winds of time stopped. But Vana'diel is a world that doth not yield so easily. On the surface of the world, people and entities of varying allegiances met. They bonded. They clashed. And you killed their asses. And the winds of time moved once more. But if the Cloud of Darkness is consuming all, then the winds must be no more than a harmless breeze. Thou art correct. The endless conversations Promathia and I had, though none were direct, caused the winds to churl and the ether to swirl. Thou both are but fledgling gods and cannot hope to bring balance to the world through discourse alone. Then what hope do we have? You must not converse. You must collide. Struggle against each other with all thy might. And the winds will blow fiercely once more. This is why our reckoning was insufficient. Commence the reckoning! Sorry. We're going to commence the jiggling, is the point here. A small portion of my power I bestow unto thee. Go forth. Yeah, I was going to say, this sounds awfully familiar, Blazer. No spoilers, but... this is the only path left before us. Let our clash cause a storm that'll ring through the ages. And then just, like, extremely hardcore X-rated porn just happens. Just going at it. Except it's Valerian's character. Okay, hey, Mr. Red, you're here. Holy shit. You made it. We're gonna get those heals, brother. Take it easy, brother. The Emperor, which I guess is you in this case, because you beat this game, protects. It is interesting. I'm actually with that, Blake Duvall. It took us almost the entire expansion to get to something interesting narratively, but I do agree that's kind of a cool thing. I'm going to re-add that plot positive. No worship. Sorry, I won't do that. One second. Right. I knew there was something else I was going to do. Real quick. I promised you I'd check. So when I pull this up, you can't see this, of course. It pulls up a separate program. Final Fantasy XI gamepad config. So the option that I have the ability to bind is select confirm. That's the thing I use to target. Make sense? A, in other words. There are other options. For example, I can heal lock target, I can hide menu, I can target nearby NPC, which I have tried. Unfortunately, that does exactly what it sounds like, and therefore doesn't work super great for our purposes. That's kind of it. There's not a lot of options here for targeting. Now, I'm going to read these out loud because this is going to be really funny if any of these are, like, it, and I've just been missing it for the last several days. So my options are select confirm, cancel, active window, menu, window options, main menu, auto run, macro palette control, macro palette alt, log out, which is, for some reason has a dedicated option, shutdown, which has another dedicated option, hide menus, heal or lock target, change view, take screenshot, target nearby NPC, jump, for some reason, map, operate menu with movement controls, operate camera with movement controls, toggle movement, menu, camera controls. That's it. Those are all the options. Now I wait, because I really am going to laugh if one of those was the one I've been looking for this entire time. Yeah, target NPC, I actually have bound. Bound to R1. You haven't really noticed it, but I've used it several times when I'm just trying to target a thing, right? Like that. Like if I get behind Mr. Red and do this, I'll target the portal behind him because it only targets NPCs. As opposed to if I go here and I hit select, it targets him. Okay, let's do this. Could be Blade Fall, I don't know. Space. Again. They really like this place. No wonder this became the Dissidia battlefield for FF11. Okay, so apparently this is yet another difficult fight, as I guess all of them will be. There we go. Time to do this fight as a white mage. He's got something to prevent my TP generation. That's interesting. Okay. Straight up got rid of all my TP and then stopped me from generating more. That's cute. No, yeah, that's fun. And a meteor to the face, that's always fun. Hey, Dakota. Urga. I don't even know how to summon Absolute Virtue. And so thou hast brought a raging storm back to Vana'diel. It twists and churns, time borne upon its back. 8 square. I've actually been thinking about it. I know exactly where I'm going to log, Mr. Red. And I mean exactly. Oh, jeez. That sounds like fun. I hope the weather at least wasn't terrible while you were doing that. Next to Almia, my one true love. Perhaps the winds of time have dissipated the coming cloud. Gaze upwards to pristine skies above, where a shining future awaits. We have fulfilled our our roles as gods of light and darkness, and Vana'diel has no longer needed us. Let us return to whence we came. As life and death are part of the grand cycle, so too are light and darkness. Ooh. Yeah, gooseberry jam is legit. I haven't had gooseberry jam in years. Because I don't see that in grocery stores. I've only ever had that, made by a person I knew. Whether we are two or one, it matters not. And as we return to humanity, one contradictory truth remains unshaking. Humanity is both complete and incomplete. Now a brighter future will come, one which requires no price to be paid. And we're dead. Oh no, we're kissing! We're kissing! And then we got blorped. I don't think I've ever seen anyone blorp like him. Thy light and thy darkness have intertwined as one to disperse the clouds that threaten to engulf the land. Yeah, but we still gotta fight the cloud of darkness, right? Right? Like, come on, game. I know Final Fantasy games love false endings, but give me a break. No. What is... I mean, what we did was a temporary measure, Blade Duval. Let's get rid of the cloud of darkness permanently. Again, as long as it's something I can punch, we're good. Lord Lawrunner, is it true? Is the nightmare over? Yep, we did it. We beat the game. I was sweating bullets hoping it'd turn out alright, which I guess it did. The winds have raged and howled, and I was for sure it was the end. So I looked up to the sky, and there was a huge crash. I bet my bottom gill everyone across Vana'diel, not just those in Rizenjima, felt the violent shaking. The explosion we saw, it was you, wasn't it? Words cannot describe the awe I felt. A fierce struggle between twin gods of light and darkness. To decide the fate of the future. Truly a tale for the ages. If that means we've no fourth cloud to worry about, I'd say your mission ended in a rousing success. If anyone would be happy to hear your ultimate decision save the world, it'd be Iroha. I nearly forgot. Where is she? If the goddess permits it, she may be able to join us once more without the suffering she had to endure in previous incarnations. Master, your helpless disciple stands before you once more. Aw, hug! Hug! Sir Gilgamesh, everyone. Seeing you stand here is the greatest present I could have ever received. Lady Iroha, were it not for your guidance, none of us could have survived the trials posed to us. This calls for celebration. A grand feast, the likes of which Vana'diel has never seen. Oh, Sir Tenzin, ever the bobblehead. Bobblehead? Ah, but how I long for fresh air. Let's take stock of the island. Oh god, there's a tiger! Oh god, it's an ascended tiger! And then we all die. Be a great way for the game to end. Now that the threat posed by the cloud of darkness is definitely gone and is never coming back, wink! I know not how I'll be able to remain here. I'm only able to maintain a physical form at all thanks to the life stream, which you worked so hard to stabilize. And how I longed to gaze upon a peaceful world with you. Buddy! Meanwhile, in the present, I guess? I don't know. I have a stupid question. What's the difference? And if you don't know, Nashville, to try something different. Meanwhile, about 2 seconds from now, it's technically in the future. It counts, it counts. Ah, this gentle breeze is more comforting than I could have imagined. Oh, definitely Nashville. Do it. Do it. At long last, I'm able to gaze upon Vana'diel, whose future is bright and full of hope. I witnessed... Lol, Dakota. I witnessed all that transpired above while I was held in the crystal's embrace. And though millions have reason to offer their thanks, I hope you will take mine to heart. Your decision, the reckoning, brought us back from the brink of ruin. Present and future owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude. You gained dominion over light and darkness, shouldered the burdens of the world, and nonetheless emerged victorious. You wound the ancient clock, and in so doing assured all would live on. People, beastmen, plants, animals, everything. People are susceptible to the whims of light and darkness, and so help maintain the precious balance our world needs. Master, I shall never forget the first lesson you taught me when I became your apprentice. Never give up. Never surrender. This teaching has stayed with me through all the trials and tribulations I went through in the future, even at the very end when I was left alone with no one to lean on. And you showed me your lessons were more than just words, for never once did you falter, even though the future I showed you was one filled with despair. I know you will always be there for us. Until you uninstall Final Fantasy XI. In which case, those self-same eyes showed me the path I must walk. I shall never forget how your training helped light the way. Master. Are you proud of how far I have come? Yeah. Once again, your words move me. I will sleep better knowing you have faith in me. Yeah, she's giving the monologue Palpatine gave to Plagueis. Our bonds have grown closer than ever before. I fear I am not long for this time. Though we must never forget the past, I would ask you to look forward to the future. A brighter future. One filled with endless happiness and hopes. A realm reborn. Master, please walk ever forward, so you may come to lead me on the correct path. Master, please walk ever forward. Master, please walk ever forward. Master! Stepmaster, what are you doing? Yeah, I have spit much venom at ARR, which I stand behind, by the way. I would replay FF14 ARR twice from scratch rather than replay FF11. In fact, kind of curious. Hang on. ARR did not score super well. But it was only negative 142. That's not even as bad as BC was over in WoW. Put that into a bit of perspective. Oh, Jesus, Brooklyn. No! No! The future should have changed, and I should have been dissolved into nothingness. Yet the crystal's clarion song has ceased, and the cloud of darkness threatens the world once more! Who could have possibly seen this coming? The villain wasn't actually defeated, because we never actually fought it! We must have the Bikini Girl. Is this the most frustrating game I've ever streamed? Yes. I wanted to give that real thought. But yes, is the answer to that question. I've played some frustrating games in my time. And again, the question was streaming. The most frustrating game I've streamed. No, I've played FF14 1.0. Still worse than this. And yeah, no, that exactly, Blitzel, you get it, right? Again, if a game is just bad, I can kind of slip into a different mindset and just kind of have fun with it. Okay, apparently Descend is the correct answer. Yeah, like Starfield, we just took a baseball bat to Starfield. And used all of that reason to discuss, like, fundaments and basics of terrible story and gameplay design. Yeah, plus 113 to story is bonkers. Even for an MMO, that's pretty high. Like, I think that beats STO and Tor. There it is. Come on, game. Yeah. Even FFs that kind of suck tend to have a pretty solid story. And yeah, this is probably the, I want to stress that word for a second, the example of a storybook game. Lord Lordrunner, I brave grave tidings. All of a sudden, bad stuff is happening. Do you suppose something has happened to Celsius? And we're dead. Alright, so that was FF11. A movie game, yeah. Master, help me. Lady Iroha! No, Mr. Red. The cloud of darkness yet remains within the crystal. How is such a thing possible? We thought it vanished. We cannot sit in our hands and let it regain full strength. I need not remind you of what it means for our future. We cannot let this continue, but if the crystal shatters, All we can do is ensure the darkness spreads no further. How much of a gap was there between the previous quest and this one? Because, like, the last one's like, yep, you did it, you won, yay! And the next one's like, by the way, the villain's right back immediately. Like, this feels like there should have been a month's gap here or something. We must have a less drastic method than shattering the crystal. Lord Celsius gave up his personhood to call forth this crystal. In doing so, he prevented the emptiness from encroaching on my homeland any further. Destroying the crystal would make a mockery of his sacrifice and spell the doom of my people. And Ira, does she not reside in the crystal as well? Would it be possible to traverse the crystal once more? I understand. The last time you were successful only because you had gained a small essence of divinity. Divinity which you lost when you clashed with your dark self. You must gather power once more. Do I have to? Tor being that high on story doesn't surprise me either. Thou hast once before been called a god, yet thy power hath been lost, and in that we are closer than thou might think. Canst thou hear it? Altana calls out to her children. Come to Latienne! Phoenix, your words of wisdom mean much in these dark times. Goddess and Avatar may see fit to lend their aid. We must make haste for the stone circle in Latienne. Alright, guys, let's go to Latienne. In 3 minutes. Once I can figure out how to get out of here. You can do it, game. I believe in you. Oh god, I'm here. Okay. Oh my god. Old Man McGillard! I knew it was you this whole time! That's right. Zero would have gotten away with it, too, if it wasn't for that darned Mr. Red. I feel like a weird sentence structure. Yeah, we're doing guesses. Speaking of which, if you want to get your guesses in, we're kind of closing in. As you can see, the spread is pretty far. I haven't done either audit yet. Don't worry, I have selected something appropriate for you to watch. I hope you will find it as amusing as I did. Do it, Giga. If you don't guess... Let's see, what horrible thing could I do to you? Terrible, horrible thing could I inflict upon you? Where the hell is this? Oh god, really? It might have been faster to just wait the 2 minutes. But I told you, once I could see the finishing line, I get all my energy back. I got this. Even as the game is desperately trying to slow me down at the last minute here. And it is. Still 90 seconds on my recall, by the way. Hey, Dakota, if you got a minute, add a random, completely off-topic thought I was thinking about recently. One of the GDQ runs last week before, was of Ogre Battle. And I have since watched the whole thing while I've been doing paperwork off in my spare time. Good run, as always, and fascinating game. But what I was thinking about is, how do you improve it? Like, how do you bring Ogre Battle up to code? Now, some of the most fundamental stuff is obvious. Interfacey stuff, right? Make the inventory not suck, make equipment not suck, make it so that people can actually, you know, tell what stuff does in the game. Info in game kind of things. But all that's obvious. I started thinking about it, and I was wondering if any of the fundaments of the game really needed an overhaul. Adding a strategy layer is an interesting idea. Because yeah, no, it's a tactical game. A surprisingly complex tactical game, but a tactical game nonetheless. Alright, Giga. I will spare you this time. I have 8 seconds left. I'm gonna make it like right as my Hearthstone picks up. I have no idea, Mr. Red. I may never know. And yeah, I agree that Ogre Battle's biggest problem by far is it is too long for what it is. Like, I appreciate it, and it is a pretty complex game, but the actual fundamentals of the combat itself is just enter combat, watch combat resolve. And that is just not as interesting as it needs to be. Huh. You see why this is on my mind, right, Dakota? Like, I happen to be quite a fan of Ogre Battle, but a lot of that might be down to its uniqueness and its branching. I actually still remember the first time I streamed Ogre Battle, and a lot of the viewers at the time were amusingly comparing it to Mass Effect 3 because there was legitimately actual branching in Ogre Battle, as opposed to Mass Effect 3. Yeah, the alignment... I admittedly hate the alignment. I get why it's there. I even get what they're going for. That's supposed to be your consequence. That's supposed to be the cost of playing the game. But in my experience, it just turns into another mechanic you have to juggle that slows down the entire experience. Yeah, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if it was intended to be a difficulty thing. We just kind of failed at it. You must be Lore Runner. Yes, you're not the only one whose Altana's voice has reached. Perhaps the only reason you're able to hear her is because you're once a god yourself, but even that will fade in time. As for me, never before have I heard a voice so clear and beautiful. We'll meet again, my friend. Ah, so Iroha's father makes his grand entrance. Eh? And her mother as well. The two of you must have been proud to have such a magnificent daughter. What? You're sorely mistaken. What you imply is wholly out of the question. Be that as it may, one thing remains clear. Iroha is not going to be revived. Sorry, Tenzin in the background's like, what? And she's just like, nope, nope, nope. Nothing to see here. Close your eyes and wait for everything to come. Okay. I, Alexander, shall answer the call. Never let it be said that Odin shirked his responsibilities to the goddess, even though he's basically the devil and arguably the main villain of the entire game. Savor this moment, Lore Runner. It will not happen again in your lifetime. No, it will not. Whether it be this world or the true one, I have a responsibility to Vana'diel. Lore Runner, partake of my light. And my darkness. The burning flames answer the goddess's call. Oh hey, it's the summon version of Ifrit, which I don't think we've seen in this entire playthrough. And I only know about it because I was going to play a summoner once. And yeah, Shiva. The embracing ice hears Altana and answers. The crackling thunder shall not shun the goddess. The earthen hands do not abandon Vana'diel. The biting wind shall ever remain for her to beckon. Wood. The crashing waves will see the goddess's will carried out. And I, too, never once left her side. Oh, right. Sorry, Little. Mine eyes remain fixed on her heavenly plane. Unfortunately, on my way a human decided to accidentally step on a flower. Thus, the end of mankind has been told. Really, Kiga? Wow. Your sacrifices in giving a portion of your power will be returned tenfold. And all we have, Phoenix, we give unto you. Well, hopefully we won't do that, Zero. I know Blade Duval would like to be here for the final fight. Frankly, I would like that too. But I don't see any reality where that's happening. I would have to pause the game for hours. And they'd be like, alright, we're here. Lorana, though the path be laden with thorns, know that you are never alone. Take what we have given and return to the crystal of the Far East. Your orb will doubtless lead you to Iroha. There remains little time to free her from the cloud of darkness it clutches. Your orb and your blade are your keys to freeing her. Return here should you have need of our powers again. We shall remain until the way has been cleared. Hold on, this nonsense about Iroha's mother and father's not been settled! We have other things on our mind, Tenzin. Okay. I know, right, Giga? I would never tap that! Although I thought about it. Often. Every night. But I would never do. I would never give in to such base desires. Yeah, fun fact, Dakota. I've actually never played Ogre Battle 64. I always wanted to. But getting hold of a copy was a pain back in the day. It was actually one of the very last games I got for my collection. Alright, Mr. Red. Are you a bad enough dude to help me beat the game? What did I do, Giga? It's just so much faster this way, Giga. Oh, whoops. Wrong way. Again. I'm pretty sure it's a sequel, Walker. You know, another game, same timeline. Same with Knights of Lotus, which is the GBA, which I have played. And Tactics Ogre, which is on the PSP/PS1. Blorp! Blorp! Is our final boss the Blorp? Oh god. Her boobs are gonna blorp all over the place. It's kind of weird Tenzin's like the main character of this expansion. Have you noticed that? He's our expansion girl. I'm not joking. I feel my vigor ebb. You must not touch. Hi, Lion. Lady Lion, from whence? Ready to crack some skulls, old man? You're not the real Lady Prish, are you? All anger and hatred vanish today. Trust, friendship, brotherly love. These are the key! The goddess, the crystals, Vana'diel, they have given us the powers for this very moment. Hey, you finally got one! I promise not to let you down. Future Fabulous, back for the second time, or third time. I refuse to sit on the sidelines when Vana'diel needs me. Foolish cloud of darkness, I've got a harem! I'm just kidding. It's all like the sisters or adopted kids thing. Come, we need your help. How do you think Lorwyn is going to get inside that crystal? Brute force? Although, come to think of it, that's something I would do. I don't know about the rest of you. I'm willing to give it my all. Heh, you ain't the only one, girly. Ready, set. Yeah, nowadays we call this the Avengers Assemble moment. Which is funny given how relatively recent of a scene that was, but it had an impact. Dig your heels in, show them what you got. Let's blow it into a million itty-bitty bits, is what they just said. Hope you didn't expect us to let the world become a desolate wasteland. Marciella! And here's one for the road! I'm just standing here watching, eating popcorn. Leave the rest of this to us. Don't keel over now. No, Lilithette. I got your back. Interesting spread of abilities. Lilithette's the monk. Tenzin's the samurai. Wait, did I say Lilithette? Sorry, Prish is the monk. Tenzin's the samurai. Lilithette is the rogue? Thief? I don't know. Arciella seems like a red mage or something. Oh yeah, Dancer. Right, Dancer. I have no idea what Lion is. Red mage would make sense. I mean, she's even got the drip for it. see that? It's gone. Now, Lorona, to the crystal. Iraha is waiting for you. The worst expansion girl! Though the crystal may be at your side, don't expect victory to come lightly. You and you alone can confront what lies within. I only pray for your success. And after you do, make sure to come back to us. I mean, it is funny that they're all, like, here to help us save Iraha, and it's like y'all look better than this. Just saying. Dancer Warrior, that's a hell of a compliment. That it. If I didn't already have a thumbnail for this VOD, that would be a good one right there. Look at that. In fact, actually, I'm just going to grab a screenshot for the road. And linked on Discord so people can see it. Okay. What? Where the hell is this? Oh my god, it's the final dungeon of FF9. The final thing of FF9. How, Zero? I failed, Lorona. I knew that none could stop the cloud of darkness, and yet I tried. I tried to save her. But in a world without time, the fate of humanity is to disappear. Wake up! Apparently, the cloud has cone attacks. That's fun. Absorbs elemental damage, so it's good that we won't have Shantotto for this. Begins absorbing physical or magical damage. That should be fun. Holy crap. Master, your hair! Oh my god! She's joined the Redhead Club. And then the cloud shows up. The only one who should have amazing hair is me! Wait, that's the cloud. Okay. That's true. Because you're here. You and Zira are here. I was gonna say, jokes aside, this looks a lot like Necron. Well, maybe a lot is too much. Stylistically, it reminds me of Necron. Okay, now it looks a lot like Necron. Which is funny, because if you know FF9, Necron is basically this. The entropy at the end of life. That consumes everything. The corrosive force is eating at the crystal from the inside. Phoenix's power reached its zenith thanks to all you have done. In so doing, you have caused the cloud of darkness to be made manifest. All that is given form can be destroyed. That's the age-old rule of any video game ever. If you give it a stat block, players will figure out how to kill it. Alright, Zira. Oh, where's my heals? God. Huh? Huh? Twice your height. Oh my god. Thank you. There, all right. Oh, hey. Let's see. So that's treasures. That's Odin over there. What's that? That's the emptiness. Oh, and it's gone. I'm not sure what that one was. I'm not sure what that one is. There's the Crystal's Warriors. This low res aside, that's kind of cool. There's Bahamut. There's the sky place I forget the name of. There's the Desert of Hell. Okay. So again, cone attacks. That's an interesting boss song. Oh. Yeah, different tone from the end singer. That's a good way to put that. Why is it targeting walk? Oh my god. That is a lot of AoE. Jesus Christ. Looks like we're still damaging it. Yeah, I was just debating if there's some way I could fix that blade tool, and I can't think of any way to do so. Okay, we lost the healer. Millie, yeah. Well, one of the healers. Also just realized we didn't have our buffer. Although I'm not sure we could have. Well, maybe we should have brought our buffer instead of Millie. Whatever. Valerian is a good healer. That's true. Joachim's just doing his best. Ah, Joachim's dead. Valerian's dead. Oh my god. I don't even see what killed them. This thing has so much health. Yeah, Zera's tapped, by the way. And I'm dead. Wow. Okay. Come on, get up, get up, get up. Okay, got Valerian out. Got the healer out. Got the buffer out. I think it's not facing Joachim. I think it is facing Millie, though. Man, I don't. Do you see that AoE damage? Sorry, what was that, Blade Deval? I couldn't hear you. You got this, Ira! So I'm good with just calling it here, to be honest with you. I'm not going to. But I am good with that. What game? Game. Game. Ah. There's a summoning timer in this game? I've never encountered that before. Literally, never. How big? How long is it? Five minutes. Oh my god. I don't know any of these. Sure, whatever. I can't move! I can't move! Ah! I couldn't freaking move! What the snot hell was that? I literally couldn't move. You saw me running into nothing. Alt F4. Get off my screen. Get off my screen. Get off my screen right now. God damn you. It's not even letting me Alt F4. It's not even letting me Alt F4. God damn you, game. Nobody loves you, game. Nobody loves you. And nobody ever will. Apparently I'm not. This isn't rough, this is irritating. Once again, by the way, I am proved right about the trust sucking and being a net neutral. Random people at this point. Rubber. Okay, I went back and around this time. Yeah, I noticed its health bar is very slowly moving. It's just, you can tell it's a Final Fantasy game. Because the instant I got rest, I got murdered. I'll be back in a minute. Okay. Okay. I have come prepared. You guys want some? It's actually quite good. It's honey butter. It's exactly what it sounds like. You got this, Iraha! And this is how FF11 ends, with me watching someone else beat the final boss. While I eat popcorn. If that isn't the perfect encapsulation of FF11, I don't know what is. Pass the salt. I'm sorry, the moment I realized what was happening, the moment I realized my character is effectively standing here eating popcorn, I had to go get the prop. I had to go get the prop. I told the kiddos I wouldn't eat any of their actual popcorn, so I can't actually eat it. It is actual popcorn. It is. It is honey butter popcorn. I just said that. Don't we have just salt, Aquas? I'm gonna wait until it's much lower on health. Although it is apparently at 1%. Oh! She did it! She did it! Zero ties the moment we warp out. Oh my god. I think that would actually be a much more interesting fight if I could actually control my trusts. So I'm actually not going to ding it that bad. I'm not. In fact, I'm not even sure I'm going to ding it at all. If I had a full squad of people that I could say, hey, stand here, do this, it would have been fine. Right? 100. Master. By the way, I love the chat log even says, Iraha defeats the Cloud of Darkness. That's even doubly funnier, because the whole time, the whole game, the whole expansion, excuse me, she's like, oh, I'm so weak. I'm so pathetic. I'm so weak. She just soloed the Cloud of Darkness. Yeah, no, exactly, Pelicious, no. Did Trust exist when Rhapsodies came out? Real question. Because I don't remember when they came out. I actually agree. I should grab a screenshot of that. There we go. I'm going to share that one in Discord, too. No, I meant what I said, Blateville. I'm not going to give the boss any negatives. It's a perfectly fine boss. I don't actually think it deserves any positives. But there's gameplay design there. Alright. I feared you'd fallen in battle. Forget me, I'm glad you're safe. Despite all you've been through, your first thoughts turned to my safety. I am deeply touched. And Celsius, too, is unharmed. He's focused on helping you remain in this world, and as such, cannot express his thanks directly. Yeah, exactly, Blateville. Before he vanished, he even told me, leave the safety of the crystal to me. Your friends are all here, all waiting for you. Please, follow me. Yeah, it's not a harem, it's an orphanage. These are all the kids that I've adopted. Think about it. Most of them don't have their parents either. Like, let's actually think about that. Lion lost her parents during the Great War. Trish lost her parents during the Great War. Lillicet lost her parents in the alternate future. Nashmira lost her parents due to politicking. And Arciella lost her parents due to just time. Yeah, I think all of them are... Oh, and Iroha's... Well, Tenzin died in the future, so she counts too. All of them are orphans. So, yeah, this is the orphanage. The cloud of darkness was scattered into wisps, then vanished completely. The forces of light and darkness entrusted to you unleashed an unimaginably forceful wind, and I do not have to tell you what that means. Yet you were not strong enough to withstand it and suffered grievous wounds in the struggle. Lady, you don't know half of it. How many times... Remember what I said earlier? How we were going to finally die at the finish line? How many times did we die in that stupid fight? We died like once across the whole rest of the run. One legit death and one screw-up death. So twice total. And then all of a sudden... had to make up for lost time. We gathered together to bring your spirit back to the world of the living. Even in your weakened state, the powers of perception are unmatched. This is indeed Ryzen Jiba, though not the one you know. They're just corpse dragging our way to... Oh yeah, the 2 suicides in prep as well. Master, it's only a little ways farther. Take it one step at a time. Oh... Oh my goodness. Oh, that was great. I literally, I want to stress, I know that Blateville's probably all upset, and I apologize. I want to stress that that is the perfect ending for Final Fantasy XI. Jank, weird, totally unexpected, and us standing there eating popcorn while someone else beats the final boss. I could not have scripted that better. That was perfect. That made my day. I'm gonna get ice cream in honor of that after this. I'm doing it. I'm in fact, here, I'll line this up now just to commit to this. I actually, you know what? I'll just drive out because I actually have access to a car today. What about everyone up there? Oh, that was great. That was so great. I can't wait to tell that story to my friends. This is the all-benevolent work of Sir Celsius. Their spirits rang out to you in song, a rhapsody to bring you succor. All those you have known during the time you have called back to us. I was actually worried about the same thing, Blade Trifle. I was. Lorunner, you've done it. You truly have. Not that any of us doubted you. Urgum... No, Vana'diel owes you a debt of gratitude it can never repay. And in Vana'diel, you saved my world as well. As one of the future fabulous, I could never be more proud. Without you, the five of us would have never come together. And Lion, too! Alas, she may be nearing the end of her journey. Go to her before it's too late. I'm telling you, it's the orphanage. Every single one of those women is going on the evacuation ship. Every one of them. Even Ira? I guess. I mean, if there's one thing the Empire's good at, it's mental health. So we could... we could get her some aid she's probably going to need for all the deaths she's been through. Trust me. Ask me how I know. Dying a bunch is traumatizing. And so my journey ends where it began. You know, a new end is just a new beginning. Master, promise me you'll continue working towards a brighter future, even after I'm gone. I will, in Final Fantasy XIV. The light you've gathered... Hang on, I can't read some of this because of the popcorn. The light you've gathered in your orb is not just that of those here today, but those you have touched throughout your adventures. It is a symbol of all you've accomplished. Those spirits will light the way when the world goes dark and wrap you in warmth when the nights grow cold. Forever and always. But the orb is nothing more than a symbol. You needn't carry it with you any longer, for everyone will still be with you. Oh, and one more thing. Please don't kowtow to me. We are humbled by your service these past 14 years. My heart races at the thought of seeing you again in the future we all know will come. And it shall arrive faster than we think as long as Celsius's crystal continues to shine. And though I may have died and been reborn countless times, I look forward to my first birth many years from now. I figured, Blade Trifle. Fear not. My disappearance only means my perilous journey in the past is no longer needed. Or more plainly, Vana'diel's future is safe. And at the moment, that is still true. If you remember, the whole reason I pushed this forward, the biggest thing that was pushing me, was my fear that they were going to pull the plug on this game. And at the moment, that has removed itself from immediate threat. Unlike ESO. Oh, she's going to be itching for days. And she will never get that out of her clothes. Ask me how I know. See you around, Iraha. I kinda hope I'll see you in FF14, but we'll see. Like I said, Prish will be there, Shentoto will be there, will be there. Everyone else I'm not sure about. Was this run worth it? It's harder to answer than it sounds. This run has been incredibly painful. No jokes, no memes. This run has cost me. This is probably one of the most arduous and terrible games I've ever streamed in my life. On the plus side, it can pretty much only go up from here. Look, Oculus. My future is just that bright. Yeah, by the way, I'm cutting off the guessing game, so if you haven't, it's your chance. Oh God, Ross, no! Tell me you're sharing some of those. My favorite storyline? Adolin. Easy answer. Wings was good, but too stretched. Formathia was good, but stumbled, and had those damn triplets. Adolin was just legit, with very few asterisks to that. Oh, yeah, hang on, Blade Jamal. Let me pull up Discord real quick. Hang on, I'm trying to find it. That was like earlier today. Where is it? Maybe it was last night? It was last night. There it is, there it is. From memory, the outro is by far the best part of Rhapsodies. All the best animation, events, pacing, plot beats, etc. And that's why I think it's well received, and is remembered fondly because people remember how it ended, not the path leading up to it. It's why outros get graded harder, because they matter more. Yeah, no, that completely tracks. Also, there's something vaguely appropriate about the fact that the final boss of FF11 was Entropy. Yeah, exactly, Blade of All. Actually, I do, Dakota. If anything, as I mentioned before, this feels way less referential than, say, FF14. Which, you know, has 2 fights against the Cloud of Darkness. That's all I'm saying. So far. We finally go back home. To FF14. Is that it? Just waiting. Nope. Yeah, I figured there'd be like one more. Welcome back, Lorunner. Welcome back to Vana'diel. Ah! Sorry. There are no more missions. We're done. Oh, you know what I've got to do, Blade. There is only one choice. I gotta figure out how to get where I'm going. I'm not actually sure how to get there. Give me a second. Okay. Okay. Ah! Hi, Kenixco. Why am I still taking damage? Oh, God. I know that most of you are not going to approve of my choice of logout location, and for that I must apologize. But it really is the only place that fits for me. If I could frickin' find it, there it is. Thank you for the subs, Kennex Scout. I don't remember how long ago it was. Many years ago, me and my friend Pac sat down and committed to a full playthrough of Final Fantasy XI. We were finally going to sit and play a game we'd been wanting to play for a long time. We got to this tower, and I forget if we went left, right, or center. They all look kind of the same to me, but I'll tell you exactly what happened. He and I got into the first room, ran into a giant sentry, and very slowly but surely died. This is where I put down FF11 with no real intent to ever go back. This was my quit point. This is our quit point. But now, Final Fantasy XI has ceased. We've been graced with another beautiful day. I figured you'd like that, Blade Ball. Whoops. God damn it. If there's an FF11 expansion, will you all add to the list? No. I'm good. Don't worry. I actually have something just for you, a special little surprise while I do the audit, because I haven't even started the audit, right? I'm going to be here a minute. So, did you know people are currently speedrunning this game? Someone set a record for hitting Red Mage to level 99 just last month. Yeah, 9 hours, by the way. And it is a current record for leveling Red Mage, I believe, specifically. Actually, no, Kennex count. Hang on. And yeah, of course I fumbled the controls at the last minute. Jack, Yakuza, and Jedi.
Let me check the Banniversaries.
Ah, peace talking. It's okay. I have music prepped already, too. So it's Jack Block. I've already missed it. There it is. Yakuza 0 and Jedi Survivor. Thank you again, Kennex Cow. Always appreciate you. Oh no, yeah, this is a hell speedrun. This is a hell speedrun. This is by Fuzzy Poo, if anybody's wondering. Ran on, looks like June 8th on Lakshmi. On retail as a Red Mage. Specific rules of the run: no outside help from players, no power leveling, no trading, no bazaar, no auction house. Apparently the thing that makes this run happen is the Jubilee Ring. I don't actually know what that is. If anybody knows. Let's see, so that's going towards Talos, Principle 2, Cyberpunk, and Netstorm. Oh, yeah. I think I actually have that. Thank you, ISE. Always appreciate you. Yeah, take your time, enjoy it, Mr. Ed. You've earned it. And thank you for all your assistance, all of you, really. I quite literally would not have been capable of doing this run without you. I wouldn't have tried, but it's still a fact that you were invaluable. Especially Blade Taval. Could we just get a round of applause for Blade Taval for more or less carrying huge swaths of this run? Knowing where to go, knowing what items work, knowing how I need to interact with certain things, basically dragging me through vanilla, like, by my nose. And obviously Mr. Ed gets tons of praise, too, for not only being willing to go along and essentially just keep me company on the road, but also helping me with tons of the fights, including the ones that were actually hard. You also deserve applause. And yeah, Blade Taval will also be helping us out with the ESO run, along with Giga, and I'm not sure who else, all told. But at least those two. Oh. Okay. So now, I get to be boring. But first, let's do our tallies for Rhapsodies. It's not going to score as high as anything has so far. Duh. But I am curious. Okay, so this is plus 19 to story. And 8. $11 for Rhapsodies. In fact, that makes it the second shortest expansion. And for the record, I am counting the stuff we did kind of off camera. Is the world worth saving? Yeah, I couldn't bear to live with it if we lost Ottergon or Adeline. Even just those two places by themselves. For a bit of perspective, Rhapsody's outro drags the whole of Rhapsodies up to the level of quality of Treasures of Ottergon, and almost to Promathia. Almost. Just to put that into perspective. Wings got a net plus 33 across 33 hours. No, really. Adeline got plus 40 over 22 hours. No comments on the gameplay axis. I think I've made my thoughts there pretty clear. Although, can I just say, I am unabashedly shocked that we had content positives to gameplay. We had 2 in Wings, and 3 in Adeline. I'm shocked. I'm not even trying to like meme or punk or whatever terminology you kids use these days. I am shocked. Okay. There it is. FF11. Sorry. I got a whole spreadsheet. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm going to do this audit slightly differently than usual, but that's because I do that for every MMO. You don't care. Hey, Lucas. We did it! I am in so much pain. Okay. Absolutely, Blake Jamal. It would be interesting to see what just the story scores. So this was, what, 20 days? Hang on. 20. Yep, 20 days on the dot. And how long was this run? $144.52 hours. For a little bit of perspective, that puts it right below Guild Wars 2 and Endwalker, actually. And neither of those come anywhere close to Cataclysm, which is still just the chonker from hell. That is minus prep work. Hey, Sean. I decided because of how MMOs are, every MMO involves prep work. And so I decided to just kind of universally eject all prep work from MMOs. Like, you think of this game, right? Because I actually know it's about 100 hours of prep work off camera. I actually already did the tabulation. It's like 98 something. Thing is, that's a lot, right? How much prep work do you think the WoW run had? And yeah, STO had a ton, Tor had a ton, FF14 had a ton. 200! It was actually into the thousands, Giga. $200 days? Well, yeah, there you go. That's a little closer. Yeah, WoW has a linear order to it that it does not always convey to you. Yeah. Yeah, Lucas. Can't agree. No, Zero, no! Okay, hang on. So, the Jack block and 2 other things, Zero. You gotta pick 3, or else I'll ask Lux, and you don't want that. Guild Wars 2's prep was weird. Most of it was done long before the run ever actually was pushed forward. God, no kidding, Lucas Slaughter. It is weird that this game is as functional as it is. I mean, I think I gave a grand total of 3 bug negatives, and that is a very small number for an MMO of 14 years. Okay. See you around, Oculus. Don't worry, I'm getting ice cream. I'm not joking. That's happening. I'm getting ice cream. And then I'm gonna lay down. Yeah, exactly. FF11. Not as bad as it could be. That really is the whole tagline. Cyberpunk and Morrowind. You got it. Well, see, that's the question, isn't it? I can get ice cream I know I like, which would be probably birthday cake ice cream and turtle ice cream, probably with a bunch of sprinkles. Sprinkles actually add wonderful texture to ice cream. A lot of people dismiss the texture aspect of that. Actually, yeah, Bleacher, I do agree with that. FF11 is weirdly good for a Silver Era MMO. Remember, and I was talking about this just last night to my friends, Silver Age MMOs are arguably worse than Bronze Era MMOs because of the same reason that the PS2 was kind of a problematic console, or sorry, early PS2, late PS1. Things were advanced enough for them to try things, and fail at them, and things were not simple enough for them to be forced to be creative and actually make some good content, right? Like, I would actually unironically argue that Asheron's Call and EverQuest are better than most Silver Era MMOs, legitimately. No argument, no mean, right? No intended to be weird about that. Because most Silver Era MMOs are like, let's try stuff, we have no idea what we're doing, and that describes the games in a nutshell. It's pretty much the exact same reason why I think FF7 looks better than FF8. Raspberry chocolate chunk. Oh, that sounds so good. I'll have to see if there's anything like that around here. Oh yeah, no, this game tried things. Guild Wars 1 is a strange beast, because it basically isn't an MMO. Like, there's no nice way to put that. Like, Guild Wars 1 is a single-player RPG which you can play with friends. Okay, I want to read Mr. Red's support really quick. Ahem. Thank you again for doing all of this, though I know it hurt. I now understand that I should not attempt to add games to the list as a joke, and I understand I have done you a disservice. From now on, I intend to do better, be more serious, and carefully consider my added games. That's why I'm adding the Voracious Resurgence to the list! Yeah, sure, hang on, let me get my knife. Ugh! Alright. Yeah, I know, if I can inform/flex for 1 second. I take my job seriously. I do. I actually take any job I'm doing seriously because I have this strange alien concept called a work ethic. And it's pretty much the reason I allowed FF11 to be added to the list. Right? That's the second big reason. This game needed to be documented for historical purposes, and I believe in that concept. I believe in jotting that down and putting that stamp there on history, and preserving some form of it for the future. Remember, I was worried this game was getting cancelled. Yeah, it was also on my bucket list, absolutely. Oh god, you're right, Takoida. Yeah, someday we're gonna have to at least look at Saga 1, 2, and 3. At least. Early Game Boy RPGs, that's gonna be fun. Alright, well, the problem isn't Square. For the 5 of you who hadn't actually heard about this, Square, for all their stupidity, is the kind of group that's going to keep FF11 going. That wasn't my fear. My fear was a group called 3D Investments, who is a holding company based in Singapore who had been making aggressive moves to try and do a hostile buyout of Square over the course of about the last year at this point. And they were making very open and obvious inroads and making it very clear in every statement that they were going to do everything they could to, and I quote, increase shareholder value of Square Enix. Yeah, thankfully, everyone pushed back against that. Yeah, they've kind of stalled there. There's only so much you can do to hostile buyout, especially if the person being bought out knows it and is willing to put money down to stop it, which, thankfully, Square actually was. But yeah, exactly, Lucas Slaughter. They're terrible, to be quite frank. So that was my worry. If a holding company, I call them barnacles, if a barnacle gets a hold of Square, that's bad. There's nothing good that comes of that, right? And that's going to just kind of slowly drag Square below the waterline. For more evidence of this, take a look at Sony right now. Seriously, have you ever looked at who owns Sony right now? At least 5 of the owners of Sony are actually the same company. Anyways. So, when I first heard about the Square and Enix merger, I was actually really excited. By then, I'd already become aware of the Dragon Quest series, and I'd played a lot of Enix games on the SNES. Even though most of them suck, I had fond memories of them. I enjoyed them for what they were worth. And then combining with Square, the Juggernaut, I was like, yes, that'll be great. And of course, we already had Chrono Trigger, right? Yeah, in the middle of this run, in the middle of this very run, ESO just got destroyed. God. Anyways. And yes, sorry, this is the Pixel Remaster one. I actually have 2 composites of FF1. The PS1 soundtrack and the Pixel Remaster soundtrack. I figured people would prefer the Pixel Remaster one. Although, you're right, I'm not going to be here forever. So... anyone in chat? FF4, 5, 7, 8, or 9? Yeah, tell me about it, Tikwater. Apparently it's really good. I know a couple of people have already played it, and it's apparently a pretty big improvement over Dark Ages Vanilla. Just real quick, FF4 soundtrack. 4, 5, 7, 8, or 9. I haven't made one for 6 yet. I'm saving that as a special treat to myself if I ever become alive. And I haven't done 10 yet. I don't think I'm going to go past 10, honestly. These take a long time to make, these composites. Probably because they're 3-hour songs. I have made 3 FF14 ones, too, I should mention. ARR Launch, ARR Patch, and Heaven's Word. Hey, Magister. Looks like 9 is the one with the majority of picks. Well, oh no, that's 5 to 7. Okay. God damn it, no, Locust Slaughter, no! I mean, Cold Steel won't be anything like this, so I'm not worried about that. Yeah, the place I will return to someday. FF14. And I will. In the fall. That's actually it. That is way faster than FF14. But keep in mind, this is starting from scratch with nothing. There's a reason nowadays I slow mode my leveling every time I have to level in FF14. Speaking of prep work. I'm ready, Pillars of Snow. I'm ready. And you're wrong! I would like to hear your thoughts, though, legitimately. Yeah, what's up, Blade to Fall? How many classes are in 11? Oh, geez, like 15. There's a bunch. Is it this? Yes. There's a thing somewhere. Where is it? I think I could swing that blade too. I have decided I am going to take a short dark, by the way. It will be a very short dark. It'll just be a couple of days. I want to finish that FF15 video. And I want to rest my eyes. Not necessarily in that order. In other words, I will not be streaming tomorrow. Now that is true, Pillars of Snow, and I will actually agree with you on that. Can I give one of my reasons for liking FF7 better? It's probably the biggest reason, which is why I wanted to mention it. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize. By the way, this game got plus 15 pluses to animation. And I stand by that. If there is one thing that surprised me about this run, it is the quality of the animation. Of all the things, I was shocked by that. Especially after 14, no offense to FF14, has honestly pretty bad animation up until late Shadowbringers, like the end of Shadowbringers. Like, it took them that long to catch up to FF11. It took them longer to surpass them. Yeah, exactly. FF14 went with cheap, and honestly, that's actually one of the biggest reasons... I was thinking about this recently. I think that's one of the biggest reasons ARR drags. Oh, sure, there's the repeat dialogue, and there's the padding quests, and there's the empty text. All of those are problems, but I think at the end of the day, there's this weird issue that anybody who's ever played Guild Wars 2 understands. Vanilla cutscenes in Guild Wars 2. It took me a while, like a legitimate while, to really process why Guild Wars 2 vanilla cutscenes sucked so badly. They do. And they completely drag you out of the moment and make you careless and just all kinds of horrible stuff, right? You're probably thinking, huh? So if you haven't seen it, Guild Wars 2's vanilla's cutscenes are... There's like a picture, which is kind of moving. And then there's two characters who are just... Here, hang on. And they're just standing here like this. Would you like to build a snowman? The other person. Why, yes, I would. No, like worse, like a step down from the BioWare cutscene. It was awful. Which brings me to FF14 ARR. I think that's actually it. I think that's the thing. There is empty text issue. There is padding in dialogue. But the massive lack of engagement in animation and storyboarding make FF14 ARR cutscenes a slog. Even when the actual content is interesting, which it occasionally is. Yeah, the head desk was revolutionary. That's why they did that, was to show how far they had come and what they could accomplish. I know I'm not the only person who I saw that for the first time and I was just like, what? And while we're on the subject, WoW kind of went through the same thing. Twice, actually. Once when they were leading up to Cataclysm, and and the Hug. And Cataclysm finally started being capable of doing something, but it was still very crude. It was just something compared to previous things where they just stand there and talk. And then the lead up into Dragonflight, which was basically Shadowlands. Shadowlands has many, 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 many issues. The art design is not one of them. And you could tell they were really pushing what the engine could accomplish there. You see, your Archon has lied to you. failed you. Music in this game that will stick with me. In a good way. I think you're right, Blake Jamal. Plus, keep in mind... How do I put this? Alright, I want you to take a moment and imagine that you're building... Just bear with me. A launch pad for a helicopter, okay? Now, while you're building that, you're under the gun and tired and barely have resources, and you think you're going to fail anyways. So you throw it together on like these wooden planks, some of which are rotten, which are standing in water. Now you get it working. And you get it there, but now, okay, now you need to expand it so it can support a second helicopter. Okay, now we need a spot so spaceships can come start landing on it. You're still on this rotten wood. You're stuck with this rotten wood. Because that's what they had when they were turning 1.0 into ARR. And, that's just an anchor now. That's just a problem that you always have to deal with. Really, Giga? That's funny. Ah, I actually agree with you on that too, Pillars of Snow. They did the moving over FMV thing a lot in 8, and I agree, they did some good stuff with it. The biggest reason I prefer FF7's overall visuals can be described by combat. Like, I can just summarize it by just saying combat, right? The enemy models, the boss models, the players, and the spell effects are all really legit in FF7. It's probably the one place they really spent the time and effort into designing visuals, rather than throwing together something that would work. And of course, since you spend a lot of time fighting in FF7. Bereft of mother, bereft of father, verily thou hast lost even thy love. Sorry. I don't have these scenes memorized. You have these scenes memorized. Shut up. I also think the animations of the characters are better in FF7, in general. More expressive might be a better way to phrase that. I feel like it's easier to understand what the characters are thinking in a given moment, as opposed to FF8's. There's a tremendous stiffness to how FF8 characters move. Now, in the interest of honesty, I will admit that the update to the character models they got in the remaster helps quite a bit. Even though it's mostly just a texture update, it does still make them look less janky. Hey, Pitkiss. Does he have a mount? I meant to ask. I've been busy with the audit this whole time. I'm almost done with the story axis. No mount. Oh my god. That madman. Or woman, or whatever. I wonder if he's gonna get one. Like, is it worth the time to get a chocobo? You know, I think I've only ever gotten 100% of this stupid game once, although I never retry. Alright, just for funsies, let's see what would happen if we skipped the gameplay entirely, which, if you remember, was the original intent for this run. So if the gameplay did not exist, FF11 would score 510.96. For a bit of perspective, let's see. That puts it around BFA for WoW. A little bit above Cataclysm also. And just a little bit above Shadowbringers. Yeah, someone killed my bot. There you go. Now let me go through the gameplay. Yeah, unfortunately, the gameplay does exist, so give me a minute. Who did kill the bot? Let's see. It was Mr. Red, actually. I always know. I've always thought it was an interesting choice in FF9 to make the opening so long. The intro. If you're paying attention, they kind of repeated that over in FF10. FF10's intro is debatable, just like 9's is, but arguably extremely long. It can and has been argued that you don't actually finish the FF10 intro until you reach Kilika. And then Kilika is your first real sequence. So, the way we do the big three Mystic Maker is we do launch and then all the patch stuff as two separate runs. So right now we're on the patch content of FF14 Dawntrail, but we're on the launch content of Midnight. WoW Midnight. For those of you not aware at home, we're actually already into patch content now in Midnight. By the way, 26 positives to class design, if you were wondering, Bladeball. That is not too shabby. No, I don't think this will be the worst FF of all time. First of all, there's way too many positives to the story. Second of all, there we go. It's an MMO, and I actually grade MMOs differently. Third of all, FF2 managed to break all my expectations and climb its way to the bottom. Excuse me, FF2 NES. I keep forgetting to clarify that. That's my fault. If you remember, that's exactly why we played FF2 NES, was to see if it would push through the bottom. And it did. Freaking game. Does Blizzard do discounts? Periodically. Usually on the holidays. It would not surprise me, since they are doing a BlizzCon this year, if they do something around then. Hey, Nordaman. Oh, we can keep going down. We can always keep going down. Yeah, exactly. FF11 isn't even the worst FF MMO, because I have played FF14 1.0. Imagine this, less boring, but worse, and with none of the good story. And you've got FF14 1.0. Forgive me for lounging a bit. My neck is really killing me right now. Oh yeah, and the experience cap. Reviewing FF14 1.0 would almost be impossible. Because of... Hang on. Because of the experience cap. Like, we'd have to review about an hour a day, and then do something else. That's not a joke. And yeah, FNAF and Slenderman are both horror games. Horror games are universally vetoed. So... Oh, absolutely. I would be shocked if Last Titan wasn't fully announced this BlizzCon register. Along with whatever Classic Plus is, and Camelot, possibly. Yeah, exactly, Blade 12. Supposedly, this is apocryphal, so I've never verified this, but supposedly the reason for that severe experience thing over in 1.0, which did come out after Rest State, by the way, but I'll talk about that in a second, was because there was such a concern in Japan and in Square about how people were no-lifing FF11. So they decided to way overcorrect. It is worth noting, Rest State used to be inverted back in the beta, actually. I think they got rid of that before the game even launched. What I mean by that is WoW used to do the same exact thing. You would only gain experience until a certain point, and then you'd stop. They got so much negative feedback about that, they changed that almost immediately. And instead decided to go with a motivation mechanic instead, which is Rest State. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Darkest Dungeon isn't a horror game. It's fine. It also got grandfathered in, even if it was a horror. Yeah, Metroid is still allowed. There's plenty of horrifying things in Metroid. Anyway, sorry, I was talking about intros. You'll notice the music we're listening to is still the intro. Still. The intro is long in FF9, but it's also debatable. When does the intro stop in FF9? And again, that's the same thing with FF10. So Ross mentioned he thinks it ends when you get to Besaid, which is a valid endpoint. See, the thing is, depending how you define it, 10's intro is either at the end of when you first get to your first actual dungeon, the tutorial dungeon. I disagree with that, by the way. When you get out of the tutorial dungeon, after you've dealt with Riku and the mini-boss, and you go and end up on Besaid, pretty solid endpoint. After you've gone through Besaid and end up going to the port, when you get off on the ship, and when you finish the ship trip and end up on Kilika. 4 valid intro determination points, depending on what exactly you qualify as your first boss, first dungeon, first town, etc. FF9 is in a similar boat. Most people agree that Alexandria is the intro. What not everyone agrees on is where does the intro terminate. For example, does the Evil Forest count as part of the intro? If it does the Ice Cavern count as the intro? Personally, I cut off the intro of 9 after the Evil Forest, and then the Ice Cavern is your first real dungeon. But that's just me. Also your first real boss, while we're on the subject. Yeah, exactly. That's my thought right there. There's a smell. FF7 is actually kind of in the same boat, by the way, if you think about it. In FF7, you could say the intro ends when you finish the very, very first reactor attack on Mako Reactor 5 or whatever it is. But then you could say it ends after the second reactor attack. No, it's not 5. 5 is the second one. Is it 7? Either way, I personally think that it's not the first reactor attack or the second reactor attack. I think it's when you leave Midgar. I have heard some people say it's after Calm, because Calm is mostly just cutscene land. Twilight Princess is actually a similar situation. Because you could either say it ends when you first become a wolf, trying to dodge spoilers here, or you could say it ends when you first get back to town after being a wolf, or it ends when you finally decurse yourself and start the first dungeon. Or after you finish the first dungeon. Personally, I actually think, yeah, no kidding, but I think my personal take is I think Twilight Princess's intro ends after you finish the second run through of the town as a wolf. Right, back to... Sorry. Let me focus. When does FF7R's intro end? In the credits! That's not really a joke. Breath has the best intro of any Zelda game, 100%. When I get the Lore Runny to play through the Zelda series, the only part of Breath I will mandate that they play is the plateau. Everything after that, I'm going to be like, you know, however long you want to go with it, that's up to you. I personally think 14's intro ends the moment you finish your city-state quest, and the quests combine, and you go off to, oh my god. Sastasha, thank you. Yeah, there's several dungeons in a row you do, pretty much right after that. So either right before that or right after that. Right around there. So, not to punch down, but I'm tabulating, right? 11 negatives for backtracking. That's it. I don't think I've ever given anything more backtracking names. Let me double check. FF14 got -8 for a bit of perspective. Sticker Star got 6. After Years got 6. Gothic got 6. Yeah, no, that's a record. Can we scrounge up more? Well, we are in the audit. But let me finish doing the tabulation first. I always do the tabulation first. I do too, Blake Javol. I'll get to that in a minute. I'm up to the C's now. Hey, we're almost out of Alexandria, speaking of the music, speaking of intros. Any Zelda I mandate they complete? No. And I say that with like that sigh because that hurts me to say that. But honestly, if they're not feeling it, then they're not feeling it. You know what I mean? I really hope they will complete LTTP, Ocarina, Majora's, and Twilight. All four, and Four Swords. And Link Between Worlds. I would really like it if they complete all 6 of these. We will see. The only reason Minish isn't on there is because the last boss. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually get quite a ways through Minish.
Do you have floaties?
That's a good question.
Because I know I don't right now.
Yeah, LTTP and Ocarina are like historically important. I do it's in here. I do not. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I do have Loratadine.
No, it's fine. Wait, which one is Loratadine?
Claritin.
No, I take Zyrtec,
Okay.
which I've taken. I just need an extra. That's the only thing I can figure. I've had a headache
I have had
right
the exact...
here.
Yep. Yep. I've had the exact same
for like
headache all day.
3 days.
Oh, 3 days?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I've been outside more than you.
That's fair. I express sympathy.
I appreciate your expression of sympathy.
And I'm going to drill into your brain to get the headache out.
That would be nice.
Look, I'm in the middle of something, but we might just get some basic stuff. I don't think Sis knows any Final Fantasy characters, Elizar.
Sephiroth.
There you go. She knows 1.
Cloud.
2.
Tifa?
3. These are all from the same game. That's the best part.
I'm out.
Here, hang on. 1 sec. Yes, do you know Urianger?
Nope.
You have to see if I'm pushing too hard.
Mm-hmm. Do I ever not?
I guess that's fair. The point is I'm pushing harder than I normally would because you have got so much going on here.
Yep. But it feels good.
Good. I'm already getting you red.
Yep.
By the way, anybody who doesn't know this, I'm actually a really good massager. Masseuse. I have not only been professionally trained, but I've had years of experience.
And I don't have any hair right now.
Yeah, it's actually really easy to do this.
It's nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it helps.
Did you finish FF11?
Yeah, I'm in the middle of doing the audit right now.
Mm. I heard something yelling about you being like paralyzed or something for the last boss. Nope, there's no moving.
I'm not even gonna try this. Like
No.
this nonsense is just. I don't have an hour.
Took more than an hour. Don't
If it
sell
make-
my back short.
If it makes you feel any better, I don't know if you can feel it. I've got something weird.
Right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's been bad for a few days
No,
now.
you've got a rock right there.
Yeah. I pulled something with the kiddos.
Well, don't do that.
Well, no, yeah, exactly. No, sorry to finish the thought. Vati is just terrible. The whole rest of it's great.
Yeah, I shaved my head. They're I didn't wait for the top of it to get long enough before I decided to shave the sides, and then it looked really weird because I had just like this little peep sticking out and it was too much, and so it went away. Excuse me.
Out of curiosity, by the way, do we have an ETA?
They're here.
Oh, wow. I guess that answer is yes, then.
Yeah.
The answer is -0. Or whatever.
I really need to go see the chiropractor.
Yeah, I'm going to take a very hot shower. I'm actually going to take my... So I have a hook that you can get your own back with. It's pretty much the only way I can massage myself. I'm going to take that into the shower.
It's plastic.
Yeah. And do a fairly hot shower with an amazing niece.
No,
Amazing.
that
Sorry, that sounds terrible.
that
Sorry.
sounded
That was a
so
transition.
bad.
That was a transition bridge. I'm sorry. Oh God! Please don't do that right now. My head hurts so much.
That was awful.
That was
We're about
awful.
to go to.
Don't say me. Don't tell me where. But I hope you have fun.
We're gonna
I
go.
don't know.
Really?
We're going to go meet up with
They-
the
they
in-laws
did
in
it
law.
like-
Okay. The in-laws.
Go Sparkle and Pikachu. Oh no, go Sharky.
Everyone's on the ground.
At least we poured on it.
I mean, nothing is as bad as Sticker Star Bowser Kitten Fan. That is just... I think that is actually the worst final boss I've encountered as of this moment in time. I'm not even sure it'll
Okay.
be surpassed.
Yes, it's Vaporeon. Yeah, and she's asleep.
She's sleeping. She's tired.
I'm done with the thing.
Elizar wants to know a character you think is hot. We know the answer's Geralt.
I'm trying to think back to me as a teenager.
Oh God.
I was desperately in love with one of the guys from Gundam Wing.
Oh, I don't know any of that, so... Anybody in chat know anything from Gundam?
I don't have my glasses on, but like pull up, search
Hang on.
Gundam Wing characters, and I'll tell you which one it
Gundam
was.
Wing hot guys.
Image. Click the one with the 5 of them. No, not that one. That one. Yeah, make it bigger so I can see.
Hang on, let
Well,
me
that
make it
didn't help.
smaller here. Hang on. This is the full image. This is it. This is it.
Okay. Okay. I went through various stages. I was a teenager, right? So I was in love with all of them in succession, eventually, except for the blonde one.
I don't know if any of these people are guys. I
I
can't
don't
help.
either, but the one with the braid was yeah.
Quatre?
Was my longest running obsession.
Okay, Quatre is the blonde. Apparently.
Yeah, no, nobody loved him. He was the effeminate.
Duo is Brave Man.
Yeah, no. Yep. He was who I was in love with the longest.
There you go, Elizar. Say thank you, Elizar.
The kid was cocky. I mean, what do you want from me? I was, like 12 or 13 or some shit. What? No.
What do you need?
I gotta go brush my teeth.
We'll go brush your teeth.
I'm going to.
That's fine.
Yep.
I hope your headache drifts.
No, it's
It's pressure. We're also in a pressure front right now. That's not helping.
oh.
Like, I'm sure you've seen how cool it is out right now.
No. But I was warned, and so I am dressed appropriately.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, I know. I've tried rewatching it. I can't.
Yeah, I've been there. You ever rewatch DuckTales, the original?
No, but I tried rewatching Sailor Moon, both the dubbed and the subbed.
Oh. I was exposed to Sailor Moon relatively recently, so...
I was exposed to it as a child. I cannot rewatch. They need to do a remake. It's not the art, it's the voices. And it's the voices in both of them.
God.
Like, I'm gonna have to, if I want to rewatch it, I'm gonna have to watch it on mute with the subtitles.
The perfect way to experience anime.
Muted. Okay, I can find.
Good fortune.
Yeah, no, the problem is Sailor's voice.
Yeah, no, I can picture it in my head right now. It is piercing.
Yes. Yes.
And yeah, the Pokemon show actually has the same problem. Which I've also been exposed to recently because the kiddos. That's me.
Do you know that deodorant does not go on toothbrushes?
I mean, it can. It's not gonna taste great.
And it's not really gonna do the job.
No, but you can.
Yeah.
27. Okay, you ready for the weight negatives? I just reached the P's. Yes, he's just watching me scroll down and scroll down and scroll down.
You need to make sure all of them have the same number of dots so I can tell where it stops.
It stops right here at 70. I gave 70 weighted day negatives total. Now, that's not 70 weighted days, if you remember, because some of those weighted days were weighted real life day.
How is it weighted with Wi-Fi?
It's exactly what it sounds like. So imagine you're doing the main story quest in like, wow, right?
It's playing,
And they're like, stop.
It's playing by fucking Animal Crossing?
Yes. Yes,
That's
Emeralds.
good.
Oh, no, it's terrible. Yeah, Chains of Promathia had some issues.
Why would they do that?
So we suspect there was a combination of code error. Like, basically they had issues with getting it coded elsewise. But also probably to force players to stop playing the game.
That's good.
It is worth noting that basically went away later, so that probably a code issue. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's not as bad nowadays. A lot of those wait an in-game days used to be wait a real-life days. No. Yep. It's the truth. Wait, what did Mystic Banker say? I missed it. Ah, are Zelda games tied to the same story? So that's actually a very good question. Nintendo will lie to you and tell you that every Zelda game is part of the same timeline. That is a lie. There are arcs. There are actual groups of games that form story arcs, but those arcs are independent of all the other ones, right? So, let's see. LTTP, Link Between Worlds, 1, 2, the 2 Oracles games. I think that's it. That's all one arc, right? All of those connect to each other pretty solidly. Minish Cap and Four Swords connect pretty solidly. And then, hang on. Ocarina, Majora's Mask, Wind Waker, Phantom Hourglass, Spirit Tracks, and Twilight Princess. That's an arc. Those are all part of the same timeline. Well, you know what I mean. And then finally, Skyward, Breath, and Tears all connect to each other. And then there's a few that are just kind of on the... Oh, I forgot Awakening. Awakening's part of the 2D arc as well.
But then they also like just turn and like say like, this isn't the same link.
Yep.
A necessity. All right, we are running away.
Have fun. Or try to have fun.
Yep.
Near as I can tell, Echoes doesn't connect to anything, which works. But if you put a gun to my head, I would say Echoes connects most cleanly with Awakening. That is to say, the 2Ds. Yeah, what Dakota says is correct. For all intents and purposes, each one is divided by project director or mainliner. Almost every time they change that, and that has changed many times over the last 40 years, they decide to go ahead and start another arc. Which is one of the reasons... So, you asked why Skyward connects to Breath and Tears. It doesn't connect as literally or linearly, but it also kinda does. And it also connects almost directly thematically. I was talking about this when I was doing the Zelda block. Skyward connects... Skyward, if you put Skyward before Breath, there's almost no issues with it. It just fits in seamlessly, even though it doesn't have anything really to do with Breath. If that makes sense. Oh, hey. Walkthroughitis negative. 25. God. Okay, last audit. Let me do the run-through. Yeah, Tears is a direct sequel. Yeah, Echoes is effectively a one-off, which is fine. It's worth noting. Oh, I really did pull something with the kiddos recently, and so my left arm is just not there. All right. I loved Echoes. I did, unabashedly. Even with the headache, which has been resolved in the Switch 2 version. Go figure. Yeah, the Switch 2 version of Echoes reduces the blur substantially, to the point where you can barely even tell. That's not a joke. If you're going to play Echoes, play it on the Switch 2. Yeah, I was pretty happy about that. I just... You just left. I'll let her in a minute. Oh, okay. I will deal with it. Yep. Okay, bye. FF9 just has such a soundtrack. Which is funny, because I could say that about a lot of FFs. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 9's is very distinct. 9 has the interesting distinction of being one of 2 times Uematsu decided to retire. And so both games, he put a little bit more of himself into it, and I think it's noticeable. By the way, if you're wondering, that would be 6 and 9. He was actually going to put down composing after 6. So he sort of threw himself into that, and, you know, you can kind of tell. Yeah, 6, I would argue 6 is still his magnum opus, even though there are other, later games that still have phenomenally great soundtracks. And again, 9 just kind of... I believe that was during, but don't quote me. Yeah, 6 has relatively weak boss themes. I actually agree with that. Well, combat in general. But everything else just kind of crushes it. 7, amusingly enough, absolutely destroys in combat music. Go figure. I don't know, Giga. Yeah, his menuing is insane, Mr. Red. I'm actually almost done, Blade Tomorrow, believe it or not. Have you ever heard any of the decomps of Seven's music? They put it together with the sound font uncompressed. Here, hang on. I think I could actually show you what I mean really quick. See if I can find one. Sure. One Winged Angel is neat and all, but I actually kind of like this one a bit better. Yeah, you're not the only person I know with that issue, just now. I think it's semi-common. I have that issue with FF9. And one song in 6. I mean, we have a category over in the LGAs, as a reminder, which is game you're most likely to buy because I streamed it. Just for funsies, there's actually one other one I like here. Same composer. Same mixer, I guess.
DSSF
I unironically think this is a better song than One Winged Angel. I like One Winged Angel, but this song's even better. There's actually another song I like even more than this one, but I don't see an uncompressed of it. This is the Bizarro Sephiroth fight, the second to last boss song. Yeah, I agree, Blade Devil. Let's see. Lore Walker Awards 2025. Most likely to buy because of me. Castlevania Revamped. Speaking of which, I highly recommend picking up Castlevania Revamped. It's Castlevania 1, except it's super duper isn't. Hey, Tyr. I am wrapping up as we speak. I'm actually pretty close to done. And thank you for the sub. As always, if you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. How replayable do we think FF11 is? To put this into perspective, I didn't even give WoW that positive. I'll debate it, Mr. Red. We can give replay negatives, but I hesitate to do that in MMOs, because it really is kind of a different beast. Replayability has always been kind of a bonus points thing for single-player games. That's why WoW didn't get any. Or FF14, or anything we've covered in the MMO space. You got it, Tyr. Give me 1 second to write that down. And that's going towards Cyberpunk, Civilization 6, Mario Kart 8. Done. Thank you again. Actually, yeah, I would too, Kitten Fan. In fact, I plan to give Fire Emblem Three Houses more than 1 negative to replayability for exactly that reason. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. Like, I actually thought for the longest time there was a proper New Game Plus in Three Houses, which I was kind of relying on for the run that I was planning to do. Sorry, I feel like this is appropriate music to play for this. Oh, hey, he got him out. That's true, Lucas. It's endlessly replaying. Okay. Let me do a little math, but we're basically there. Oh, God. Hey, look, it's Zidane's theme, which plays exactly once in the entire game. That's another weird thing about FF9. A lot of songs play literally once. It's strange. Sweet, Ross. Wait. Yeah, exactly, Bozo Snow. Okay. Could someone give me an exclamation mark guess really quick, please? Thank you. I mean, that would unironically help. It's like not actually as a joke or a meme. That would help. Alright, so let's see who won, first of all. Oh, wow. That's... wow, okay. You see how long this song is? That's the other thing. The scene in which this song plays is over in like 30 seconds. I'm not sure I have any final thoughts I haven't given. I'll try. No promises. Ladies and gentlemen, Final Fantasy XI. Plus 119 to story. That is 0.8 positives per hour, which is actually pretty good. And a story ratio of 74.49%, which is almost dead average. Gameplay is negative 292. That is 2 negatives per hour, which is really bad. And a gameplay ratio of 15.89%, which is terrible. To put that into a little bit of perspective, Tor, which I remind you has terrible gameplay, has less density of negatives of 0.3 and less ratio of negatives at 25%. The estimate I'm jotting down for time in order to calculate is... sorry, I have it in the spreadsheet here. 144.52 hours. That is a number that took some work to get to. Because, yeah, like, actual runtime isn't quite indicative. But it's something I've been keeping track of this entire time. Oh. So I suppose I should give you the golden number. Final golden number, technically platinum number, actually, because of how we do these. For Final Fantasy XI is negative 409.71. And I wish I could disagree with that. But I kinda can't. A lot of you guessed around the negative 400 range. Yeah, Blade Tavol was right down there. 2 Base Master. By the way, congrats to Base Master on winning. I have jotted that down for Triangle Strategy, Star Wars Zero Company, and Tyranny. Give it like 15 more negatives. I just thought of... No. So, let me, right here at the end, I want to throw out a couple of more statistics really quick. I didn't keep track on the gameplay axis for obvious reasons, but story-wise, vanilla was bad. It was +9, -25 across 35 hours. Not much happening, most of it's bad, and it takes forever. Vanilla is, without hyperbole, almost the thing that broke me on this game. Like, I know I've been talking of how much literal physical pain and mental anguish this game has caused me. It's worth noting a huge amount of that was going through vanilla and doing all 3 nations, which I should not have done, to be as simple as I possibly can. Zillart took us 6 hours to generate 4 positives and 2 negatives. And honestly, that tracks. Zillart was such a nothing burger. It was just there. It was also a bright spot for me. Smashing through vanilla and then Zillart so quickly. It was just like, ah. Then we hit Promathia. Now, Promathia was good. Promathia was the first time the game actually got good. It still had problems, so we were like in a transitionary phase. Promathia feels like the Cataclysm equivalent, right? Plus 27, minus 10 across 18 hours. So not nearly as long as chonky as vanilla, still a decent length for the expansion, and doing pretty solidly on the story axis. Treasures is a weird one, because Treasures was better in different ways, and worse in different ways, but it's almost identical. Treasures was plus 26, minus 10, across 13 hours. Okay. Then we hit Wings. Wings is such a frustrating... If Wings was probably the most frustrating part of the entire game. Going back to that, you know, if it was worse, it would be more easy to tolerate. Because Wings was plus 38 minus 5, which is good, across 33 hours. Wings was just smeared way too thinly. Took way too long to do everything. And had a generous helping of padding, backtracking, and weights to go along with it. Adeline was 22 hours. Most of that was also weights, by the way. But Adeline managed plus 44, minus 4. Adeline is the standout for me. I'm actually amused, because I had no idea what it was. Nobody ever talks about it. Everyone talks of Promathia. Everyone says Promathia is the good one. And as much as I called it Cataclysm earlier, it feels more like the Wrath or the Heavensward one, right? Because Wrath and Heavensward aren't that good. To be as blunt about that as I can. They're a noticeable improvement, but they're also the first noticeable improvement, right? By contrast, the game actually got good much later. Again, Adeline was also in the gameplay negatives, were almost entirely just, wait a day. Rhapsodies had almost no gameplay negatives. It's probably the best thing I could say about Rhapsodies. It was also only 11 hours long and plus 19 minus 4. A huge amount, yeah, exactly, Little. A huge amount of those positives were entirely in the outro. Because Rhapsody's story, to be as nice about this as I possibly can, was just there. Just empty air for a huge chunk of time. Until, you know, it got to the outro and I was just like, oh, right, yeah, let's throw all our money at this. And again, from the perspective of a manager, that makes sense. You want to be careful about where you spend your money, right? Abyssia was actually a net positive. I don't think I gave Abyssia any negatives. I didn't write it down as a distinct expansion, so I don't have the figures in front of me. But I don't remember giving Abyssia any negatives to story. Obviously, we're just talking story. I'll give you a gameplay negative to Abyssia. And then we did the mountain again! No, it was a handful of story beats and it had a neat ending. It was a net positive, it just wasn't much. I'm not sure I have any final thoughts at this point. I'm tired. I'm very tired, and I hurt. So, I'm gonna go.